The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Tenemos la responsabilidad en este panel de
We
lograr despertar a todos después del
hope
almuerzo.
during
Así
this
que
panel
esperemos
to
que sea
wake you up
bien
after that
entretenido. El
lunch break.
tema
We hope this is
lo es. Mi
entertaining.
nombre es Leonardo Sarquís, ingeniero
My name
agrónomo,
is Leonardo
fundador y
Sarquis, an
CEO
agronomist,
de la consultora
CEO
Confiagro en
of
Argentina,
Confiagro Argentina,
director del Departamento de
director of the
Agroindustria de la
Agroindustry
Universidad
Department
Católica
of the Catholic
Argentina y
University of
exministro
Argentina,
de
former Minister
Agroindustria de
of
la provincia de Buenos
Agroindustry for
Aires.
the province of Buenos Aires.
El tema que nos convoca en este panel es
Today,
la
we will be
digitalización
discussing
del comercio y
digitalization of
mercado.
trade and markets.
Tema muy importante.
Very
El
important
objetivo que
discussion.
tenemos en este
Our
panel es
objective in
explorar
the panel is
cómo las
to explore
tecnologías
how
digitales pueden
digital
transformar los circuitos
technologies can
comerciales de los
transform
productores
the commercial
agroalimentarios,
circuits of agri-food
haciéndolos más
producers,
eficientes,
making these
transparentes y
more efficient,
competitivos,
transparent, and
y a su vez
competitive,
generando
and in
beneficios
turn
tanto para
generate
los
benefits
agricultores
both
como
for
para los
producers as well
consumidores.
as for consumers.
Revisar experiencias y
Check
plataformas
experiences
existentes
of
tanto en la
existing
región como a
reforms
nivel
both in the
global,
region as well
y
as
así como los
globally,
aprendizajes y
as well
oportunidades que
as lessons
surgen
learned
en
and
su
opportunities that
implementación.
arise from
Para
their
esto tenemos
implementation. And for this,
una cantidad de
we
disertantes
have
muy
an
importantes, algunos lo van a
important
hacer en
number of
forma
speakers.
virtual.
Some will be
Vamos a empezar con Álvaro
addressing us
Morales.
orally
Álvaro
in
es
person.
fundador de
Alvaro,
Ya Estoy
our first
Online,
speaker,
una empresa dedicada a brindar
is
soluciones digitales
member of
para
Ya
potenciar la
Estoy
presencia y el
Online
crecimiento de
to
negocios en
foster
entornos
the
online.
participation of
Su trayectoria se
businesses
centra en la
online.
transformación
He
digital de
works on
pequeñas y
digital
medianas empresas,
transformation of small and
acompañando
medium
procesos de
enterprises
innovación y
through
adopción
innovation
tecnológica
and
con un enfoque
technological
práctico
adoption
y a
with
su
a
vez
practical
orientado a
approach
resultados.
aimed at results.
Álvaro, te escuchamos.
Alvaro, the floor is yours.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la
Well,
presentación
thank you
y
very
el
much for
tamaño
the
desafío de
introduction.
despertarlos luego del
And
almuerzo.
I certainly hope I
Pero
can
bueno,
wake you
muchas
all up
gracias.
after lunch. Quite
Bueno,
a
sí,
challenge.
efectivamente,
Thank you.
les quiero presentar un poco sobre
I
una
would like
iniciativa
to share
que
a bit of
nosotros
an
hemos venido
initiative that we
desarrollando
have been developing
en el último año y medio, desde
over
el
the last
2024
year
que
and
lo
a
hemos
half.
venido desarrollando. Es una iniciativa que
This is
desarrolló
an
la Cámara Colombiana de
initiative
Comercio
developed by the
Electrónico,
Colombian Electronic
patrocinada
Commerce
por Google.
Network,
Esto pues fue
sponsored by
tanto de
Google,
parte del lado de
both
Google.org
from
como desde el lado
through
del área de policy de Google para la región
the
andina. Y lo
advertising
que se
area of
buscó
Google for the
inicialmente con esta iniciativa
research and
fue comenzar a
development. Through this
involucrar
initiative, the
el
objective
comercio
was to begin
electrónico en
to involve
sectores donde todavía no había
e-commerce in
profundizado
areas where
tanto la
it
digitalización. Entonces,
digitalization had
esta
not
iniciativa que se desarrolló fue una
gotten
iniciativa
into
que
yet.
estaba
So
basada
this
ya
was
en un
developed
programa anterior
on a
que se
previous
llamaba Ya
program
Estoy Online, que
that
fue un
was called
programa desarrollado
Ya
desde la
Estoy
pandemia
Online,
para comenzar el
developed
proceso de
during the
transformación digital
pandemic to begin the
de las
digital
pequeñas y medianas
transformation
empresas,
of
porque
small
durante
and
la pandemia,
medium
si ustedes bien
businesses.
recuerdan,
Because during the
en
pandemic, as
gran
you
parte de la
remember,
región
a
todos
good
los
part of
canales
the
físicos se
region,
cerraron,
all
los canales electrónicos
channels,
permanecieron abiertos, pero
physical
los que se podían
channels
beneficiar de
were
estos canales
closed.
electrónicos
The
eran
electronic
las empresas
channels
más
were
grandes
left
que ya
over,
habían hecho
but
esos
the ones
procesos
that
de
benefit
transformación
that
digital.
from
Entonces, lo que buscó ese
were
programa
those that had
inicialmente
already gone
fue
through
en
a
las ciudades comenzar a hacer esos
digital
procesos de
transformation. So
transformación
we
digital
started with the
durante la
digital
pandemia,
transformation in the
pero
cities
luego de
during
la
the
pandemia
pandemic.
comenzamos a
And after
identificar
that,
esos sectores
we
que
started to
tenían un
identify those
potencial muy
sectors that
grande de
had a
transformación digital, que
significant
todavía no habían hecho ese
potential for
proceso, que todavía
digital
estaban bastante
transformation
atrasados,
and that had
y así
not
fue que
taken that
nació
one
Ya Estoy
step.
Online.
That is why Ya
Entonces,
Estoy
ese es un
Online
programa que, como les digo,
arose.
lo
The program,
iniciamos,
as
lo
I
comenzó a
said, we
planear en 2023 y
started
comenzamos a
to plan it in
ejecutarlo durante
2023
2024.
and it became
Y
operational
fue un
in
programa
2024.
cuyo principal objetivo fue
The main
comenzar ese
objective of the
proceso de
program was
desintermediación en el agro colombiano.
utilize
En,
disintermediation in
en Colombia,
agriculture
y creo que
in
es una
Colombia.
problemática del sector
In
agrícola
Colombia, and
en
I
toda
believe
América
this
Latina,
applies to the
sucede
agriculture sector
mucho que
throughout
el
Latin
sector
America. We
agrícola está
see
muy
that the agriculture
sobreintermediado.
sector
Hay un
is
ejemplo que pues viví
over-intermediated.
muy de cerca, que fue
I've
en el cacao,
experienced,
cerca
for
de Bogotá,
example, in the production
alrededor
of
de
cocoa,
hora y media, 2 horas
an
carro.
hour and a half, 2
Hay unas
hours
zonas
driving time, and
productoras de
there are
cacao.
some
Se producen un
cocoa
cacao que ha
producing areas.
ganado premios
Cocoa
internacionales,
that
el
has
cacao Gold,
earned
que es de muy
international
buena
awards.
calidad.
The
Colombia aún
gold
no tiene
cocoa,
denominación de origen de
Colombia
cacao, pero
does
sí es un
not
cacao
denomination of
de
origin
bastante
for
calidad.
cocos, but it is very good
Pero
quality
cuando
anyway.
los productores de ese cacao van a
But when the
comercializarlo, se lo
producers
venden a un
try to market,
transportista que
they
llega
sell it to a
hasta
carrier that takes
la
it
zona urbana más cercana a ese
to the
municipio o a la
nearest
zona
urban
más
area
densamente
or the
poblada
more densely
del municipio
populated
donde esté ubicado el
town
productor.
of whatever
Se lo venden a ese
municipality the
productor,
grower is in. They sell it
al
to
transportador. Ese
that
transportador hace lo mismo por varios
carrier,
municipios.
and
Luego ese transportador lleva todo
the
ese producto
carrier
que
then
compró
takes all the
al
product
sur de
purchased
Colombia.
along the way to
Allí se lo
southern
vende a otro
Colombia, and it
transportador
sells it to
y se lo
another
vende a otro
carrier that
transportador
sells
que
it
lo
to another
sube
carrier that
hasta la mitad de
takes
Colombia,
it up
del sur al Mar
midway
Caribe, lo sube a la mitad.
between
Luego
the
otro
southern part and the
transportador
Caribbean, and another
va
carrier
hasta
or
el puerto en el
transportation
Caribe,
company
y en el
takes it
Caribe
to the
se lo
port on the
vende a
Caribbean,
Casa Lucre,
and
que
there
es
they
un
sell it
gran
to Casa
comprador
Lucre, a
de
big
cacao en Colombia, un
cocoa
gran
buyer in
productor de
Colombia,
chocolate. Y
a producer of chocolate.
Casa Lucre hace la selección de qué
And Casa
producto se
Lucra
queda en
selects
Colombia y qué
which products
producto se
remain in
utiliza
Colombia
para
and which ones
exportación.
are used
Entonces
to
ustedes ven
export.
ahí hay una
So as you
sobreintermediación
can see, there's a
bastante grande e
significant
interesante, y es la que
over-intermediation,
uno busca atacar.
quite interesting,
Y también
that
una
is worth
estadística
tackling.
sobre
And
el
there are
porcentaje de
statistics
la barra
about
final
the
de chocolate
percentage
que le va al
of
productor, y
the
es menos del
final
3%. Le va más a
chocolate
los
bar
transportistas,
that
a
reaches
los
the
intermediarios, que a los
consumers,
mismos productores,
3%,
mientras que los productores son los que
whereas the
están asumiendo todo el
producers are the
riesgo
ones that are
de la
incurring
producción.
all the
Entonces,
risk of
como ustedes bien saben,
production.
pues
You well know
tiene demasiado riesgo
that
el cambio
there is a
climático, el
significant
fenómeno del
risk,
niño, el
climate
fenómeno de la
change,
niña,
El
pero
Nino,
todo ese
La
riesgo recae
Nina
sobre el productor, que al
conditions.
final es el que está
And the
recibiendo
producer in the end
menor
is the one
retribución
that receives the
del
least
producto final de
benefit
retail que se
from
está
the
comercializando.
retail
Entonces, esa sobreintermediación fue lo que
product.
nosotros
So this
quisimos
intermediation
abordar un
is what
poco con
we
este
try to
proyecto. Y
address
acá también
through
vale la
this
pena, no
project.
quiero decir que toda la
And
intermediación
I
sea
am
mala,
not saying that
porque
all
hay mucha intermediación
intermediation
que
is
agrega
bad.
valor.
No, there are many
En Colombia,
intermediators
especialmente por
that
la
do add
geografía que
value,
tiene, es muy
particularly due to
difícil de
the
logística.
geography in Colombia.
Entonces también hay
Logistics is very
procesos de
difficult. So
intermediación que
obviously there
agregan
are
valor al poder sacar
intermediation
ese producto
processes
a
that add
muchas zonas,
value by
que es bastante difícil.
bringing the
Pero el
product out
problema
of
acá es la
these
sobreintermediación, que se come
distant
la rentabilidad del productor,
areas.
y al final
But
deja al
then
productor,
this
como les decía,
ends up
la menor
leaving the
parte del pastel.
producer with the
Entonces
smallest
nosotros dentro de esta
piece of
plataforma
the
lo que
pie
comenzamos a
due
desarrollar
to all these
en
additional costs. So
2023,
we started to
lo
develop this
desarrollamos
platform in
primero desde Bogotá, y
2023.
luego nos fuimos dando cuenta de los
We
distintos
started to work
problemas
in
que yo creo que eso es
Bogota, and then
bastante
we
útil.
realized about a
Nosotros
series of
desarrollamos
other
una plataforma
problems that
web, que
arose.
era
So
como
we
se venía
developed a
manejando
web-based
el
platform,
programa inicial de Just Online
which is
para
how
estas
the
pequeñas y medianas empresas
initial Ya
en toda
Estoy
América
Online
Latina.
started for
Desarrollamos
all
esa
Latin America.
plataforma
We
web
developed that
que
web-based platform
la hicimos desarrollada específicamente para productores. Comenzamos a
specifically for
trabajar con un
producers. So we
profesor
started to work with a
de Agri que había
professor of
trabajado con
agriculture that
muchísimas
has worked
MIPYMES en Colombia a
with
lo largo y
many
ancho, conoce bastante bien
micro
el campo,
SMEs
y él
throughout
nos ayudó a
Colombia.
comenzar a generar y
And he
adaptar el
helped
contenido
us
para lo que necesitaban los productores.
adapt the content for what the
Y
growers
con esta
really needed.
plataforma nosotros
So
luego
with the
comenzamos a hacer
platform,
talleres
we tried
presenciales
to
alrededor del país. Sin
hold a
embargo, uno de
series
los
of
primeros
in-person
problemas que nosotros
workshops throughout the country. But
identificamos
one of the first
fue que
problems
no
we
había
identified
conectividad a Internet.
was that there
Entonces,
was no
antes de
internet
poder llevar
connectivity.
esos talleres de
So
forma
before taking
presencial,
those
tuvimos
workshops
que
in
comenzar a
person,
llevar
we
Internet, y
had
eso lo
to
logramos
begin
con
by
antenas
taking the
Starlink, y
internet.
comenzamos a crear
This we started with
ecosistemas en
Starlink,
distintas regiones del
creating
país para poder
ecosystems
comenzar a
in different
garantizar esa
parts of
conectividad
the country
y
to
comenzar a
ensure that
involucrar a los productores
connectivity
del
and
sector
involve
agro
growers from
en
the
estas
agriculture sector
plataformas web,
into
y en
all
los
these
talleres
web-based
presenciales, que eran
platforms.
los
And
mismos
in the
productores que
in-person
nosotros
platforms, the
entrenábamos y
growers that we
formábamos, que eran los que luego
trained
daban esos
were
talleres.
those in
Entonces eso
charge
también
of
nos ayudaba a
heading the
tener esa
workshops,
cercanía,
and that
porque en el
helped us
sector agro también
get much
hay
closer
una
because in the
percepción
agriculture sector
que yo
there
creo
is
que es
this
bastante
notion, and
válida,
I believe
y
this is
es
very valid,
muchas entidades,
that
especialmente del
many
gobierno en
entities,
Colombia, han
particularly
llegado al
government
sector
entities
agro
in Colombia,
y
have
también
reached
muchas
the
entidades del
agriculture
sector
sector and
público que les
many
hacen
public
muchas
sector
promesas, porque el
entities
sector agro pues
and
siempre ha
go and
sido
promise left and right.
uno
And
de
the
los mayores
agriculture
desafíos en
sector
términos de
has been
política
one of the
pública.
biggest
Llegan y les hacen muchas
challenges in
promesas,
public policy
pero
terms. They
como decimos acá en
come and
Colombia, los dejan con los
promise a
tres
lot of
hechos.
things,
Prometen y prometen,
but
pero al
but
final
then they
no
just
hay algo
forget about them
tangible
along the way.
que el
There's
productor
really
se
nothing
pueda llevar de
tangible
todos
in
esos
the end
programas y
for the
iniciativas que les
producer
están
to
llegando.
change
Entonces también por eso
from all
nosotros
those
quisimos trabajar
initiatives.
con
So that is
productores
why we tried to
directamente
work
de cada
with
una de las zonas para
producers
que
of
esto
each
comenzara a
of the
generar esa
areas so that
confianza
this
dentro de los
to
productores.
build that trust among
Acá
growers
les voy a
producers.
presentar un primer
Let me
video
show you a
de lo que
first
se hizo
video
en la región
of
Caribe de
what was
Colombia
done in the
con este proyecto.
Colombian
Por favor, me
Caribbean
avisan
region
si
with
se
this
escucha el audio.
project. Please let me know if you can hear
En
the
la
audio.
región Caribe de Colombia,
In the
donde
Caribbean region
¿Sí
of
se
Colombia.
escucha?
Okay, can you hear the audio? Yes.
Sí se escucha.
Yes, we
Sí, sí.
hear it.
Listo.
Yes.
Perfecto.
Very good.
sol y
Thank
la
you.
brisa moldean nuestras tierras,
Sun
la
and breeze
tecnología está
shape
transformando la
our
manera en
land.
que la población
Technology is
agrícola
shaking
avanza
away the
hacia el futuro.
agriculture
Todo esto
sector
gracias a Ya
words
estoy
to
online
the
Agro
future.
y el apoyo de
Thanks to
Google.
Ya
Me
Estoy
parece
Online
que
and the
esta
support of Google.
herramienta
I believe
es
this tool
importante para nosotros los
is very
campesinos
important for us
que
peasants,
madrugamos a
farmers.
cosechar
We
y
get up to
estas
harvest
personas que
early in
vienen
the morning,
intermediarios
and the people, the
el producto, nuestro
intermediaries,
producto,
our
lo tiran
product,
por el suelo,
basically,
nos los pagan a
they
bajo costo. Me parece
buy
muy bien
it at
porque
a
se
very
nos
low
abre
cost. I
una
believe this is
puerta, no
very
digamos
good
una
because
ventana,
it
sino
opens
una
up a
puerta
door,
para
not a window,
vender
but a
nuestros
door
productos.
to sell our
Muy
products.
bien, pues todo está muy claro.
Okay, so that is
Excelente.
all very
Gracias a las
clear,
personas que
excellent.
hoy nos
Thanks
visitan.
to the people that are
Y hemos
visiting us today.
aprendido
We have learned
bastante.
En la costa
a
Caribe,
lot.
el potencial
On
de
the
nuestra tierra es
Caribbean
inmenso.
coast, the potential of
Nuestros
our land is
agricultores
huge.
están
Our
adquiriendo las
farmers
herramientas
are
para
gaining
prosperar
the
con sus
tools to
familias y
prosper with their
comunidades.
families and communities.
Capacitación en la que
This
aprendieron
was training where
cómo
we learned
incluir la tecnología
how to include technology
y cómo llevar la tecnología
and how to take
al campo.
technology to the
Entonces,
field.
estamos muy contentos.
And
Ojalá y nos sigan trayendo
everybody
este
is
tipo de
very
capacitaciones.
happy,
Hoy,
we're
con la
very grateful for
tecnología
this
como
type of
aliada,
training.
nuestros
With the
agricultores del Caribe están
technology
cultivando
as
un
an
nuevo
ally,
capítulo
our
lleno de
growers are
oportunidades y
raising a
esperanza.
new future full of hope.
Bueno, nosotros en este
En la
proyecto
región
In
también
this
lo que
project,
hicimos fue
what we did
dividir a Colombia
was
en
divide
5 regiones.
Colombia
Esas
in
regiones,
5
cada una
different
tenía
regions.
una red de
Each one of
formadores.
these regions
Y
had
eso
a
también nos
the
permitió
trainers
mucho
network,
poder
and this
ajustar
allowed us to
todos los contenidos, todas las
adjust all
iniciativas
the
que estábamos
content, all
haciendo
the
a
initiatives
las
we were undertaking,
idiosincrasias locales, a
and
lo que
adjust
cada uno
these
de
to
los
the local
locales, la vocación
idiosyncrasy,
productiva de cada
to
región, a
the
cómo se hacían negocios en
production in
cada
the different
región,
region and
a
how
los
each
niveles de
region
desarrollo de
went
cada una
about
de las
doing
regiones. Entonces
business
hicimos
and
esa
the level of
segmentación
development
y a
of
través de
each
esta
region.
estrategia
So
nosotros en
through this
un año
strategy,
logramos llegar a
in one
alrededor de
year, we
530
reached about
municipios en Colombia. En
530
Colombia hay alrededor de
municipalities in
1.200
Colombia.
municipios.
There are
Entonces
about
llegamos
1,200
casi que a la
total
mitad del
in
país
Colombia.
con esta
So
iniciativa
basically, we covered
de
basically half
talleres
of the country
presenciales
with
en cada
this
una de las
initiative,
regiones.
in-person
Hicimos alrededor de
workshops in each
620 talleres.
region,
Estos eran los talleres que
620
nosotros les decíamos que hicimos
workshops where
con productores de cada una de las regiones.
that I
Y en
mentioned
estos
we carry
talleres
out with the
nosotros
workers and
lo que hicimos fue
producers in
inicialmente
each
pues
region.
obviamente
So
hacer como
basically,
un
what
proceso de
we did
nivelación en
first
términos de
was
transformación digital, pero
talk
también
about
enseñarles
digital
cuáles eran esos
transformation at a
mecanismos
very
que ellos
basic
tenían
level, but
para poder
explaining
hacer la
what those
comercialización
mechanisms
a
were
través de Internet. Y
to
también
market through
utilizamos
the
algunas
internet. And we
herramientas
also
que ya
used
existen
some
como
tools
Agromóvil
that
para
already
comenzar a
exist as
ayudarles también a
Agromobile
mostrar esos
to help
productos y a
them
la par nosotros
show off
estábamos
their
trabajando con
products. And we
compradores
were
para
working
que se
together with
comenzara a volver la
buyers at the same
presencialidad
time
y ellos
so that
comenzaran
they
a ver
could
que esto
see all the
realmente era un
part of
proyecto
transactions
que
and
no solamente
they
les
become aware
permitía
of
que
the
este era un canal,
process.
sino que efectivamente
This was
pudiesen
not
ellos
just the
experimentar
channel.
que era era
It could
viable
also help
la
them
comercialización de
just see
productos
that
a través de este
marketing
canal.
products was going to be very
No tenemos
viable.
tiempo, Álvaro.
Excuse me, Alvaro, you
Listo,
have run out
ya,
of
ya
time.
estoy para finalizar.
I am about to end. Thank you.
Nosotros en todo este proyecto hicimos
In
también un
all
control de
this
cosechas, se vendieron
project,
alrededor de 7.000
we
toneladas de
sold about
producto
7,000
y en la
tons of the
plataforma e-commerce
product,
que les
and
comenté
on
nos
the
comunicaron alrededor de 3.300 toneladas que
platform,
fueron negociadas efectivamente. Más
basically
de 45.000 productores se
3,360
registraron
tons were
finalmente en la
sold
plataforma web
as
y se lograron
e-commerce.
impactar
45,000
21.000
different
productores
products
a través de los talleres presenciales.
producers
Voy a pasar
were
acá
registered
rápidamente.
in the
Acá también
process.
otro
Let me
elemento
quickly
bastante
skip
importante que
over to this
hicimos
other
fueron
important element.
los encuentros de cosechas que nos
Basically,
hicimos en
harvest
2025.
was in
de acá lo que nosotros
2025.
hicimos fue también comenzar a
Basically,
construir
these
confianza con un
were
gran
to develop
comprador
trust with a
a nivel
big
nacional que
a
fue Superginos
national
Olímpicas, que
buyer
es un gran retailer en
by
Colombia.
a big
Y
retailer
con
in
ese
Colombia.
retailer como
And
jalonador
with
de
that
compras comenzamos
retailer,
a hacer esos
as a
procesos de
main
compra
buyer,
para
we
comenzar
started with
a
the
llevar
procurement
desde lo
process to
físico
begin
hasta lo
to take
digital a
from
los
the physical
productores y comenzar a
to
generar
take
ese
producers
proceso
from the physical to
de
the digital
creación de
world
confianza
and how to build that
entre los
trust
productores del sector agro.
with
Acá tengo otro
the
video, bueno, por
growers.
cuestiones de
Here's
tiempo
another video, but
no
for
se los
time reasons, I will
mostrar,
not be able
pero
to share it.
invitados también a
But
ver en
anyway,
YouTube
you are
varios de
invited
los
to see
resultados
this
que
on
tenemos
YouTube.
publicados
It contains
allí
very
sobre lo
interesting
que se ha logrado con
results
este programa.
about what we
Entonces
have been
ya
able to do
simplemente
with
para
the program.
finalizar y
So in
resumir un
ending,
poco, acá nosotros buscamos
here what
resolver el
we
problema de la
seek is to
sobreintermediación.
overcome the problem of
Creemos que la tecnología es
over-intermediation.
un
We
gran
believe that
potenciador para esto.
technology
Se
is a big
tienen que suplir
enabler for
algunas
this, and we need
deficiencias que existen
to
de mucho
overcome
tiempo
certain
y términos de
shortfalls
desarrollo
that have
económico
existed over
en las
time
regiones como
in
es
the
el
area
acceso
of
a Internet,
economic
el nivel de
development. I mean, we
alfabetización,
see the access
tanto
to
general
internet
como
and
digital,
the
pero
general
hay
as
un
well as
potencial de conectar lo
digital
físico a lo digital
literacy.
y poder reducir esa
We must
sobreintermediación y
highlight
potenciar el campo,
or
no
connect
solamente en
all of
Colombia,
these
sino en
to
toda
enable the
América
field
Latina.
not only in Colombia, but
Muchísimas
throughout
gracias.
Latin America. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Álvaro.
Thank you,
Vamos a dejar
Álvaro.
las preguntas para
Okay,
Álvaro
we
y
will
para
leave
los
the
panelistas más
questions
dentro de unos
for
minutos.
Álvaro
Ahora
and other
vamos a
panelists
presentar,
for a bit
también
later
va a estar
on.
en forma virtual,
Also
a
virtually,
María
we'll now hear
Fernanda
Maria
Quiñones.
Fernanda Quiñones.
Ella es la presidenta de la
She
Cámara
is
de Comercio
president of the
Colombiana
Colombian
de
Chamber
Comercio
of Commerce,
Electrónico.
e-commerce,
Desde su
a
rol
Chamber of
impulsa el
Commerce,
fortalecimiento y la transformación
strengthening
digital del
digital
ecosistema empresarial en
transformation of the
Colombia,
business ecosystem in
promoviendo la
Colombia,
adopción de
fostering the
herramientas
adoption of
tecnológicas, el
technological
desarrollo de la
tools,
economía
development
digital
of
y
digital
la generación de
technology, and
confianza en los
generation of
entornos de
trust
comercio
in
electrónico.
the e-commerce world.
María Fernanda,
Maria
bienvenida.
Fernanda, welcome.
Hola, muchas gracias por esta
Hello, thank
invitación.
you
Muy
very
contenta de
much
estar
for
en
the
este escenario
invitation.
y contar lo que hemos buscado hacer
Thank
desde la
you
Cámara Colombiana
for
de Comercio
allowing us to
Electrónico para
share what
acercar
we're doing
el
at our
agro a la
chamber
tecnología. Voy a
to
agradecerles que por favor
bring
proyecten la presentación
agro
que les he
and
enviado
technology together.
para poder dar
Please
inicio
share
a nuestra
my
intervención.
presentation to begin the session.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, un poco la iniciativa se
Well,
plantea,
the
digamos que varios
initiative
años atrás. Álvaro tuvo la oportunidad de
started
contarles
some
un
years
poco
ago,
específicamente el desarrollo del
and
proyecto, pero el
we
planteamiento
developed
esencial
the
fue comprender,
project
digamos, un
basically
poco
to
cómo funcionaba
understand
la
a bit
industria, que es todo
the
un
operation
desafío
of the
realmente
industry
entender
itself,
cómo
quite a challenge,
funciona
by
en
the way,
Colombia
how it
y
works
en
in
el
Colombia
agro, la ruta
and
de la
the
transformación hacia lo
agriculture area,
comercial, pues es totalmente
and
distinto al
on the
paradigma
path
que
towards
teníamos
the
ya
trade
apropiado dentro de la industria digital.
lesson or
Entonces, cómo
section.
bajar los contenidos
So
de una
how
industria
to
digital y el
download the
emprendimiento a la cotidianidad
digital
productiva en el agro en
elements
Colombia, pues
to
fue ya todo un
agriculture in
desafío.
Colombia.
Empezamos
That
esto
itself was quite
hace
a
ya
challenge.
bastantes años, un poco
We
antes de
have
la
been
pandemia
working on this
conceptualizarlo y
shortly
obviamente la
before
pandemia
the
abre una
pandemic,
ruta,
and
digamos,
then
de
the pandemic
acelerar
basically opened up the
este
door to
tipo de iniciativas
accelerate
para
this type of
llevar, digamos, que
initiative
muchos más beneficios a los diferentes
and to bring more
eslabones de la
benefits to
cadena
the
de valor del agro
different
en el país. Entonces, si quieren, pasemos al siguiente
participants in
slide.
the
Un poco para
chain.
mostrarles lo que vemos en la agenda, digamos,
This is
crecimiento para
basically the
contarles
agenda
es
for today. We
dónde
will
fueron
be
las
talking
premisas, de dónde
about
encontramos esos puntos de
the
partida en términos de los retos del
challenges
comercio agrícola,
of
cómo
agriculture
vimos entonces que
trade
a partir de esos
and
retos la
how
tecnología
we
se
saw that
constituía como un aliado
technology could
para
become an
poder
ally
agilizar o
to
dinamizar las
streamline,
dinámicas de comercio
facilitate the trade
agroalimentario y
routes,
cuáles
the
son los
agri-food
factores
trade
que
product,
vemos
and
están,
what
digamos, que
factors
resueltos para generar la promoción de la
have helped
digitalización
us
del
foster
comercio agrícola. Siguiente.
the agricultural trade digitalization.
Siguiente. Un
Next.
poco entonces en relación
So,
con los retos del comercio agrícola, lo
regarding
primero que nos
the
planteamos es entender cuál es
challenges,
esa
basically we
contribución que le
wanted to
entrega a
understand
la
the
economía nacional
contribution
y cómo puede
for
impulsar
the
para la
national
macroeconomía el desarrollo
economy
del
and how
comercio
to work
digital y el
together with the
crecimiento de
development
economías
of
emergentes como las latinoamericanas.
how to
Vemos una
foster the
participación del
development of
4%
e-commerce worldwide.
en el PIB
We
global y hasta
see
del
the importance
25%
of
en países, digamos, en
4% in
ingresos,
the
un
global
80% de los
GDP
alimentos globales,
and up to
digamos que son
25% of the
producidos
GDP
por
in
unidades
low-income countries.
pequeñas, comunidades económicas pequeñas
80% of all
de
of this
baja o
is
mediana
produced by
explotación
small
y casi
properties,
1.000 millones de personas
and
dependen,
almost
digamos,
1
de la
billion people
explotación
depend
de las rutas agroalimentarias
on
para poder
the agri-food
subsistir.
routes to subsist.
Siguiente. Esto
Next.
sumado, por supuesto, a los planteamientos que
This
veíamos del
added to
comercio
the
digital, que es un
comments we
planteamiento,
have seen about
digamos, fundado
digital
en su baja regulación de las actividades
agriculture,
económicas cotidianas del
and we
país. El comercio
see
digital se
a
encuentra
limited
todavía muy
access
en la punta de la
to
pirámide en
information
Colombia,
and
muy
markets.
acentuado en actividades, por
We
supuesto,
see so
ya
many
transformadas, ¿cierto?
activities
Desde una ruta y una
transformed
capacidad adquisitiva
with
para estatus socioeconómicos muy
capacity
altos. Entonces,
for
lo que
high
nosotros veíamos
socioeconomic
deseable es cómo llevar
status
estas
groups. So we
eficiencias del
wanted to
comercio
take
digital, que por
all
supuesto
this
permiten
through to the digital world,
unas rutas de cercanía entre
basically
las figuras de la operación de intercambio económico a estas
much
dinámicas que
closer
son tan
to these
importantes para el
dynamics
desarrollo
that
del
are
país.
so important for
¿Qué
the
veíamos
country's
en términos de
development.
retos? Un
What
acceso
did we see
limitado a
as two
mercados y a
challenges? Well, limited
información, digamos,
access
esto
to
es muy
markets and
importante que lo
information.
pongamos no
As I was
solamente es la
just
parte
saying,
de
we should
conectividad,
not
sino
only
para qué se
consider
usa
the
la
lack of
conectividad que se
connectivity,
tiene,
but instead
que no,
what
no permite
connectivity is used
necesariamente
for.
por la falta de
Because it
alfabetización digital realmente un acceso a información que
basically this
potencie la
prevents
capacidad
access
productiva
to
de las personas.
information to
Hay
enable
dominio, digamos,
production among people.
de intermediarios,
There
¿cierto?
are
Fluctuaciones y
the
distorsiones
domain
en los
of
precios a día cuenta, digamos, de
intermediaries
esas
and price
diferentes
fluctuations
escalas que se tienen para llegar
and
a
the
ver
different
una
scales we
ruta
see
de la operación de
that connect
intercambio económico en el
one dot
largo,
with
la
the
falta de
other,
confianza y
and the lack
transparencia
of
en toda la
trust and
extensión de la cadena de
transparency
suministro, por
throughout the
supuesto, la
supply
falta
chain,
de
and of
habilidades
course,
digitales
the
como les
lack
decía,
of
y la
digital
conectividad
skills as
limitada que
well as
está obviamente
limited
superpuesta a estos problemas
connectivity.
que ya Álvaro les reseñó
That
anteriormente.
is in line with what Alvaro has just covered. Next.
Esto es un poco como los vemos también en cifra, ¿no? Entonces, ganancias de pequeños agricultores versus
Basically,
intermediarios, digamos,
we
10 a
must see
20% de ganancias
the
percibidas, y así
profit
siguen
basically
estando, digamos,
received.
muy
It is
rezagados
only
en términos
10,
de lograr la mayor
20%
eficiencia posible
profit.
de
And
acuerdo
we
con sus
want to ensure
operaciones
greater
económicas. Hay un
efficiency,
tema
and
muy importante para nosotros que
there's an
además lo vemos
important element
típicamente
for
se
us, which
desarrolla en las rutas de apropiación
we
digital, que son
see
las brechas de género. Entonces
in
tenemos,
in
digamos,
different areas. For example, we
mujeres
see the
que
big
tienen estas pequeñas unidades económicas, que están
a
a cargo
gender
de estas
gap,
pequeñas
women in
unidades
charge
económicas que
of these
enfrentan
small
diferentes barreras en términos de inclusión
units that
digital,
face
de
so
inclusión
many
financiera, y por supuesto
barriers
a
of
través de
financial
esa
inclusion
exclusión
and
financiera, barreras
digital
del uso de capital que les permita
literacy
potenciar
and
su
the
actividad productiva.
access to
Y
potential
tenemos
to
además una
financing.
gran brecha en
And
esa
we have
inclusión
a big
digital
gap
en lo rural respecto de lo urbano.
and
Más
the
o
rural
menos
areas
el
as compared to
70% de la
urban. About
población no tiene
70% of
una
the population
apropiación que le
in the rural
permita
areas
realmente implementar en
has
sus
no
dinámicas
way
de
to implement
productividad
the productivity dynamics in a digital manner.
esas eficiencias que entrega la digitalización y el ya tener un mayor
Or
acceso a la
to have access
información
to all
o un
those
mayor acceso a
efficiencies
mercados,
through
¿cierto?
access to
A diversificar
information
el mercado,
or
que no
market
quede circunscrito
information,
a su ruralidad,
so that they are not just limited to their
digamos, pequeño
rural
círculo de influencia, sino que
surroundings,
tenga la
their small
capacidad
circle of
de llevar
influence.
sus
They
productos
must
a
have the
otros lugares.
ability to take
Del
the
40 al
products elsewhere.
50% de los
40 to
agricultores en
50%
países en
of
vías de
the
desarrollo como los nuestros carecen de datos
developing
sobre precios, sobre
farmers in
demanda, sobre
developing
compradores,
nations
digamos,
do not
globales
have
o compradores
information on
que
prices or
trasciendan, como les
global
decía, su mercado, y
buyers
eso evidentemente
beyond
genera
their
una
own
exclusión
markets,
y
and
una
this
eventual
generates
distorsión
to
en los
an
precios de una forma en
eventual
la que tienen que llegar y
distortion
una
in pricing
dependencia
and
excesiva de los intermediarios. Entonces,
exclusion of
empezar a abrir los
markets.
mundos de la
So
digitalización no es
we have,
solamente
by
conectar,
opening up the world of
digamos,
the
otros
digital
tipos de
world,
productores con
they are
otros tipos de
connecting to
compradores que
other
ya de por
types of
sí deben
producers
expresar
with
unas
other types of
eficiencias,
buyers
sino realmente se
that leads
pueden
to
integrar para
efficiencies
hacer un mercado
and
mucho
help
más transparente y una
to have
información
a more
concreta sobre cómo
transparent
funciona.
market with
Sí.
more accurate information.
Entonces aquí, por esto que les
So,
cuento, cómo vimos que la
based on
tecnología
what I
se
just
constituye como un aliado
mentioned, we
para el
know that
negocio
technology can
agroalimentario,
become an
cómo
ally
el
for
adecuado uso de
agri-food
la
trade,
tecnología y
and
la
how the right
comprensión de
use of
este tipo de
technology and the understanding of this type
eran
of
la
tools
premisa fundamental para
can be
llevar,
the
digamos,
basic
a estos
assumption to
ejemplos
be
que les
able
traigo
to
a los campesinos colombianos. Por
show you
esto
these
iniciamos
examples
con esta
for
iniciativa que ya
Colombian
se
farmers and
las
producers.
ilustró suficientemente Álvaro, es una
I
iniciativa de
believe Alvaro
formación,
showed you
pero
many good
obviamente la
examples,
ambición de
which
la
is a
Cámara Colombiana de Comercio
training initiative,
Electrónico es
but
realmente fundar en
basically the
herramientas tecnológicas
function of the Chamber
una
of
ruta de
E-commerce of Colombia, the
diversificación y
idea is to
expansión de los
create a
mercados
road for
agroalimentarios.
diversification and expansion
Estos que
of
les
the
traigo,
agri-food
digamos, son
market. So
ejemplos que
these are
dentro
just
de
examples within
ese gran despliegue de
that
investigación, de
big
trabajo que hicimos gracias
research
a
and
la
work
financiación que nos dio Google, pues
program and
teníamos
the
como
financing
referente
we
un poco
receive, we had
para
as a
darle una
reference
visión a esta iniciativa y
giving a view to
a
this
generar una
initiative
contribución
and
importante en
generate
la
an
digitalización
important
de los
contribution to the
mercados. Entonces, si quieres, pasemos a las plataformas
digitalization of
un poco
markets.
para que
So let's take
las
a look at the
miremos, plataformas,
platforms
digamos,
so
de
that we
e-commerce
can look at the
tradicionales que han
e-commerce,
venido
traditional
adaptando su
e-commerce
modelo de
platforms
marketplace
that have
a
adopted their marketplace
a
model
productos que
to
específicamente se
products that
consumen de manera
specifically are
cotidiana. Lo que es deseable
consumed
si
on a daily
traemos un
basis.
poco el
And this
entendimiento de
is
cómo
good
funciona
if
el
we
comercio
bring the
electrónico en países
understanding of
como
how
los nuestros,
e-commerce
que está
behaves in countries such as
centrado
ours,
en la
that is
distribución, la comercialización de
focused
bienes
on
esencialmente
trade
suntuarios. No
of
permea la
goods
cotidianidad de consumo de las
mainly,
personas.
and it doesn't.
Entonces, estas
So
iniciativas lo
these
que buscan es un
initiatives
poco
seek
generar ese
to
despliegue en ese
generate this
comercio del día a día
deployment
con
in
todos
that
los beneficios
day-to-day
que eso
commerce
evidentemente trae
or
para una
trade
sociedad en
with the
términos de
benefits that it
transparentar
may
sus
bring
operaciones y
in
hacerlas
trying
trazables.
to
Siguiente,
make
si quieres.
their activities and transactions more transparent.
Tenemos entonces este ejemplo,
We
Amazon
also have
Fresh,
this
como
example,
esta
Amazon Fresh,
plataforma, una
of how
plataforma
this platform
fundamental,
is a
digamos, para el
strategic
desarrollo del comercio
platform for the
electrónico,
development of
permite la
e-commerce,
posibilidad de que marcas puedan
enables the
ofrecer
possibility
productos
for brands
frescos,
to
que
offer
puedan
their
llegar
produce
directamente a los consumidores,
and
se
reach
gestiona,
directly
digamos, todo el tema de la
consumers.
logística que representa, por
They
ejemplo,
manage
en
all the
nuestro país uno de los
logistics, what
mayores
represents
desafíos
in our countries
para
one of
que
the
los alimentos
main
realmente lleguen
challenges for
con todas las
food to
condiciones de las
be
expectativas que
in
tienen los
good conditions when
consumidores,
they arrive
que incluye,
consumers
digamos,
and
todos los temas
comply with
asociados a
their
transporte de
expectations. Well,
cadena
everything
frío, a
that has to
manejo
do
inventario, apoyo
with
de entrega rápida que se
transportation
requiere para esto.
in
Entonces,
cold chain,
este
the
tipo de
management of the
aprendizajes eran los
stock,
que
optimizing
buscábamos, digamos,
fast
implementar
delivery, and
en
keeping
esta
products in
ruta de
optimum
aprendizaje.
conditions.
Entonces,
So
pasemos al
this is what we
siguiente.
wanted to do. Next, please.
Plataformas específicamente para la
Platforms that are
comercialización, que son
specifically for
plataformas que
trade.
proporcionan información
These are
en
platforms
tiempo
that
real, que
provide
conectan
information
directamente
in real
a
time
los
that connect
agricultores con los
farmers
compradores y que,
with
por supuesto,
buyers
reducen
directly,
la
and this
cantidad de
reduces the
intermediarios,
number of
aumentando los
intermediaries,
ingresos en un
increasing
20 o en
incomes
un 30%.
in
Entonces, teníamos,
20 to
digamos, estos
30%.
ejemplos como el de
So we
Agromóvil, que
have
es una
these examples
plataforma
like
que
the one for
logra
Agromóvil,
identificar
which
la
is a
determinada, si
platform
quieres,
that
pasemos a la
manages
siguiente, una
to
determinada producción en
identify
determinado
a specific
territorio, lo que hace
production
poder,
within a
digamos,
specific
comprender la oferta que
territory.
hay.
So this
Siguiente.
helps us understand the offer
La oferta que
available
hay de determinados productos
in
y
of
hacer,
certain
digamos, mucho
products,
más
and then
eficiente su comercialización.
be
Entonces,
more
es
efficient
una
in terms of their
plataforma que
trade.
conecta a
This is a
pequeños
platform that
agricultores
connects
con compradores, se
small
mejora,
producers
digamos,
with
el
buyers
sistema y la
and
generación
improves the
de
system
respaldo para
generation
pequeñas unidades
of
económicas, porque
support for
como le digo,
small
pues es
economic
lo
units
que
because, as I
constituye
was
realmente
saying,
la
this
estructura del mercado
is
agroalimentario en el
the
país.
core of the food
Permite a
market
productores
in the country.
negociar también, tener
It allows them to
digamos, un
negotiate
arbitraje
and have
con los eventuales
some sort of
compradores, evitando, digamos, la
ombudsman with potential
intermediación o
buyers,
mejorando
preventing
esa intermediación
intermediation,
para tener mayor
reducing
rentabilidad
this
y, por
intermediation
supuesto,
to have
facilita
better
una comunicación.
profitability
Entonces
and
empieza a
also
haber una
facilitate
comprensión y un
communication. So
entendimiento
there is
mucho
an
más acucioso de
understanding
los
that is
mercados.
much more
Adelante.
ambitious of the markets.
También tenemos, digamos, esta Agri-Marketplace que
Also
también
have this
busca, digamos,
agri
generar
marketplace that
y a
tries to
través de herramientas de
generate or
nube y
seeks to
utilización de
generate
herramientas de
through
nube una
cloud
ruta B2B,
tools
digamos, mucho
a
más estructurada,
B2B
con transacciones
route that is much
reales
more
sobre
structured
los cultivos alimentarios
with
que
that
permite
regards
conectar
to the crops that they
industrias, se
connect
realizan
in different
ofertas de forma
industries.
anónima, lo que
They
permite generar una
provide
estructura de información
anonymous
pues muchísimo
offers, so
más
it
sólida
helps
y hacer una
to
comparación de
be
precios que
much
hacen las
more
transacciones pues realmente
solidarity
mucho
in
más
nature,
transparentes.
and it's much more
Incluye
transparent,
incluso
and
temas
it
de
also
seguros que en algún
includes
momento lo
issues
evaluamos
of
implementarlo dentro de
insurance
nuestra
that we
plataforma y dentro de esta
evaluated,
oferta de valor que
including
nos
it in our
mencionaba Álvaro,
platform.
estamos
And as
llevando a
Alvaro
campo
was saying,
colombiano porque
we are taking this to
el
the
sector
Colombia field
agroindustrial
because
presenta,
the
digamos, muchas contingencias
agri-food
de esta
system
naturaleza y la
presents
inflación
many
financiera muchas
contingencies
veces
of
se
this
manifiesta
nature,
más
and
a través de un
oftentimes this
correcto
is
entendimiento de estos
presented
seguros.
through
Esto
a better
esta es una ruta
understanding
que
of insurance.
trabajaremos
So this is
probablemente el año
another
entrante.
route that we will be
Y por
working on
supuesto
next
incluye
year,
temas de
hopefully.
servicios de
And this
logística, que como
includes
les digo es la
logistic
constante
issues
en este
which is a
tipo de
constant
valores
in
agregados
this
y es un
type of
poco lo que
added
debemos
value.
apuntarle
And this
porque
is
es
what
la
we need to
dificultad o el reto mayor
do or
que
try
presentamos
to tackle because it's
cuando
the main
llegamos al
challenge
territorio
that
y
we
cuando
see
entregamos
when
este
we
tipo
go
de
to the
información. La
territory and we
logística
deliver
empieza a
this
ser,
type of
digamos que el
information.
embudo donde podrían
That is pretty much the
dejarse
bottleneck
gestar este tipo de
where
eficiencias.
these
Siguiente.
efficiencies stop taking place.
Estas son, digamos, plataformas
This
también integrales de
is
gestión
a
para
comprehensive
funcionar
management
en relación
platform
con la con la forma en la que están
to work
estructuradas
with
estas
the
pequeñas
way these
unidades
small
económicas y permiten
economic
tener
units are
cosas que son
structured,
muy
and
valiosas para el
this allows
campesino,
you to
como
have
monitoreo de
some very
cultivos,
important
entender
things
el inventario,
like
entender la
monitoring of
trazabilidad,
crops and understanding
digamos,
the
con módulos y
stock
acciones que le permitan
or
hacer una
inventories,
contabilidad que
have
les permita tener un
traceability
control de
with
su
e-commerce
producción, digamos,
modules to
mucho más
facilitate the
estricto y sobre
purchase of
todo todos los costos que
input
se
and
encuentran asociados a su
allow
producción.
direct sale of
Siguiente.
their products.
Aquí tenemos entonces algunos
Here
ejemplos
we
de esto,
have
como les
another
decía, les
example
entregan unos temas contables de estructuración de
where
costos que
they
por
give you the
supuesto
accounting
les dan,
systems,
digamos que una
structure
ruta
of
en temas de
costs. It
productividad
gives
mucho
them a
más óptima.
pathway for
Y
a
también
much
mencionar,
sound
digamos, plataformas
productivity.
B2B, módulos de
Also
finanzas,
B2B
módulos
platform
sobre
with
producción. Realmente
finances,
las
modules on
brechas que
production.
encontramos en
So
las
the gaps that
diferentes
we
eslabones de la
found
cadena de
in the
valor en
different
términos
parts
de
of the
comercio
value
digital,
chain
pero en
in
términos
terms
de
of
comercio
digital
digital en el
e-commerce,
agro, pues son
but
amplísimas y
in
resulta importante entregar
also
en
in
esta ruta de
agriculture
formación
are very
que hemos
big. So
venido
it is important to
pues,
provide
construyendo desde la
training and
Cámara y que por
information that we
supuesto
have
es
been
una ruta de
developing from the
formación
chamber.
dinámica que
And this is, of course, a
permanentemente
dynamic
debe nutrirse de
pathway
diferentes
that needs to
contenidos.
be
Hemos
nurtured
venido
with different
evidenciando la
contents. We have
importancia de
been
entregar,
showing the
digamos, que
importance
capacitación
of
en temas, por ejemplo,
providing
financieros, en temas
training
que
in
realmente
financial
robustezcan
topics
esas
and things that they
habilidades y esa
actually strengthen
apropiación
the
para generar un
skills and
cambio en el
their
modelo económico, que es al
ownership
final lo
to
que estamos
change to
buscando.
economic model, which is what we are ultimately seeking.
Aquí entonces, ¿cómo vimos que la formación debía
So here
constituirse,
we saw
digamos, en
that
la
training
premisa para
had to
reducir
be
estas brechas, ¿no? Cómo
presented
estaba, digamos,
at all times to reduce the
la brecha en
gaps.
América Latina y el Caribe de
So the gap
penetración de
in Latin
Internet, pues
America and the
como les decía,
Caribbean
es
for
muy
the penetration
fuerte, es
of
mucho más
internet is
fuerte. Vemos
quite
países como
big.
Colombia que tienen una
In
ruralidad
the case of Colombia,
tan
for example,
desplegada y
it has a
atravesada
very harsh
accidentalmente
reality,
por los accidentes geográficos de
and
una manera
we
tan
also
importante
have
que
a
pues
very
ha sido
complicated
todo un
geographical
desafío. Se
environment,
presenta
so it makes
nuevamente
it a
esta cuestión
whole
que les decía, una brecha del
challenge.
70 al
So
30
there's a
entre
gap of
entre el rural y
70,
urbano, que es
30 between
importante.
the rural and the
Y
urban, which
países,
is
digamos,
very
como Chile y
important.
Perú, pues tienen,
And in
digamos,
countries such
menores
as
brechas en
Chile and
Internet.
Peru, they don't have as a big gap with regards to the internet.
Esta es la iniciativa entonces que estructuramos. Si
This
quieres,
is
pasemos
uh,
rápidamente por este slide, porque un
the
poco
Ya
ya
Estoy
Alba
Online
tuvo oportunidad
initiative, because Alvaro already
conversarla y de
talked about it,
contárselas,
so
digamos,
we
de
can
contarles
skip
cuáles
this
fueron
slide.
los resultados.
But
Es una
he
iniciativa
told
que
you
no
about the
es
outcomes. This is
incipiente,
an
digamos,
initiative that
con la
is
visión que
is
tenemos desde la Cámara
starting, and
Colombiana para el
the
Comercio
vision that we
Electrónico
have
es
is
poder
to be able
nutrirla
to
de todas
nurture
estas iniciativas,
with
robustecerla cada vez
all
más
these
para que entregue cada vez
initiatives
más valor.
so that
Es
we
una
get
ruta de trabajo,
more
les diría, que
value.
ustedes
This is
mejor que nadie lo deben
definitely
saber. Entrar
a
y comprender el agro,
pathway, and then
y pues en
understanding
nuestro caso el agro
the
colombiano
agricultural
implica
sector
un
in
despliegue
Colombia means a
una
deployment
inversión, digamos, de
and an
recursos
investment of
en términos de poder
resources
comprender
in
el
terms
lenguaje,
of
la
being able
forma en
to
la que
understand the
funciona, su
language, the
idiosincrasia,
way it
qué
works,
les hace
its
generar la confiabilidad
idiosyncrasies,
ante lo que se les
what
está entregando para que no
generates
sientan que son promesas
trust,
rotas.
so that they don't
Tiene
feel these
toda,
are
digamos,
broken
unas
promises.
rutas
So
de
we have
trabajo también
some
sociológicas muy
pathways
importantes que
that
hemos
are
venido
sociological in
descubriendo
nature that are
pues
very
en el
important and that we have been
ensayo y en el error, ¿no?
discovering
Ha sido, como les digo,
it
un
with trial
trabajo
and
de
error. So
investigación,
this has been
de una
entailed
ruta
much research
de emplearse muy a fondo en
and
entender un lenguaje completamente diferente
understanding
y que además
the
por
things that
traer
they're
contenidos
doing. And
digitales con los
since
que
they
no se
have
encuentran
digital
familiarizados, pues
contents
tienen un
with
desafío
which
mayor.
they're not
Pero pues no
familiarized, then
desistimos, la ambición
is
está en
something
lograr
that we need
entregarles
to continue working on.
cerrarles el
And the
ciclo y lograr
idea
entregarles
is
este
to be
trabajo
able
cada
to
vez más
deliver
sólidamente. Adelante.
this in a much more sound manner.
Y estos finalmente los factores para
And
la
this is
promoción de la
finally
digitalización del
the
comercio agrícola,
promoters
como digamos que lo
for
vemos
factors for the promotion of
para
digitalization of
seguir pues
e-trade,
fundamentando e impulsando esta
agricultural
ruta de trabajo.
trade.
Siguiente.
Next.
Primero lo que vemos es que tenemos que tener
What
claros
we
cuáles son
see
los
first is
habilitadores
that we need
para
to
que se dé una
understand which
real
are the
digitalización en el agro.
facilitators
Por
for
supuesto, la
the
cobertura
digitalization
digital, en
in
este caso,
agriculture.
a
And the
Internet,
interpreter apologizes,
financiando,
but the
digamos,
quality of the sound
pues
is
el
not
habilitador
good. There is
primario,
another
¿no?
microphone open,
El que
so we
inicia
cannot hear well.
y me da la
So,
posibilidad de
and
generar
this gives you the
estas rutas de
possibility to
trabajo.
generate
La
this
infraestructura logística, se los he dicho durante toda la
working
exposición,
pathways.
garantizar
As
vías,
I
modos de
mentioned before,
transporte
we
que
want to
permitan
guarantee in
disminuir costos, que
transformation ways
permitan
that allow them to reduce costs and trust not only the perspective of the farmer or producer, but also the perspective of the consumer. So the promise in terms of freshness and the opportunity with which or the availability of products can also be complied with, because we will depend on this for the model to be seen as a real possibility, a possibility that can stand in time for this product. So this is one of the main challenges. We have lots of problems associated with postal codes, nomenclature, and there is standardization. We need to find a work line. Also, digital payments, that is also key. We have been moving forward in this sense. I don't know if you have seen this in Colombia, which is a pathway that we think is going to improve. Again, I'm sorry, one microphone was open and we cannot hear the Zoom presentation. It affects all the financial systems. So we think that for industries such as the food industry, this type of initiatives will generate a better deployment and access to financial inclusion. But it will depend on the penetration and reaching producers in their day-to-day endeavors. That is pretty much what determines the financial institution. We apologize, Maria Fernanda, but your time's up. Okay, I'm going to conclude. So talking about digital payments, it is important to help people understand that financial inclusion goes beyond the payment and it has to deliver real ways to have access to credits, particularly for producers. Access to credit, access to an insurance is key to scale their productivity. Okay, thank you very much. This was the last slide. This is what I wanted to tell you with regards to what was included in this work initiative from the Chamber of E-Commerce of Colombia. Thank you, Maria Fernanda. Thank you very much. Well, we have some time for questions, but we're going to move ahead and we're going to ask the three questions with regards to the three first presenters we had. We have Emerson Sensi. Emerson will also be joining us online.
De la Secretaría de Desarrollo Rural y Agricultura Familiar, la CEDRAP de Brasil.
Emerson is from CEDRAP, Brazil. Emerson, good afternoon.
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Estão me escutando bem?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Tudo bem.
Can you hear me okay? We hear you.
Ok. Bom, o meu nome é Emerson, né? Estou hoje como coordenador de acesso ao mercado da CEDRAP, da Secretaria de Agricultura Familiar do Rio Grande do Norte, no Brasil. Bom, o nosso papel aqui dentro da Secretaria dentre outras ações ligadas ao acesso ao mercado, a busca de facilitar e desenvolver processos que façam a inclusão.
Our role in the Secretariat is to look. I'm sorry, what the interpreters cannot hear the online audio. One of the ideas is to work in public purchases processes within this perspective linked to family agriculture. And this program recognized that we needed to increase competitiveness, qualifying the process. To be able to do that, we need to define the schools, hospitals, and acquire a regionalization in a more real way. We cannot we apologize, but the audio is not clear enough to render a
Então,
good
se você atravessa
interpretation.
o programa,
Would it be possible
nós
for you to tell
percebemos
him
que
that it
estávamos
is
usando
not
uma
possible to
ferramenta,
understand
um
what he is
instrumento
saying,
que
please?
facilitasse esse diálogo
We are not
na
hearing
oferta
his
que a
voice
agricultura
correctly.
familiar podia ter
So,
para o Estado, né?
to
O que ela poderia nos
facilitate
ofertar?
family
Como a gente poderia
agriculture,
identificar essa
that
oferta? Como a
will
gente podia
allow them to
qualificar e
offer
regularizar essa oferta?
and
Nesse
qualify the
processo, nós
offer and
desenvolvemos uma
launch the
ferramenta
offer.
chamada
In this
CIA.
process, we develop a
Eu vou
tool
tentar aqui
called
abrir o
SIA.
site. Infelizmente, eu estou com problema de conexão aqui. Não sei se eu
I'm
vou
going to
conseguir abrir
try to
o
open the
site,
website
mas eu vou
here.
tentar
I don't know if I'm going to be able to open
conectar
it.
o,
I'm going to try to log in.
o site. Vocês me dizem se
We
está dando certo.
apologize,
Vou
but the
explicar um
person
pouco o
is not
funcionamento do
using
site,
a
ver se a tela melhora.
microphone or a headset,
Só um segundo.
so and the internet is cutting off. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Vocês estão conseguindo ver essa tela? Sistema de Informação Regional da Agricultura Familiar.
So the system
En televisión se diría, tenemos que estirar un poco el tiempo, ¿no?
if we were on TV, we would have to
Sí,
say we need to
podemos entrar a las
see
preguntas,
how
¿no?
we kill the
Directamente de esta
time.
parte del
So
panel,
maybe
que
we
tengo
can
para
start
María
with this
Fernanda y
part of the
para
question and
para
Q&A session for this part of the
¿Sí se
panel. Maybe
conectó? Bueno,
was he able to connect again?
listo. Vamos a seguir con la parte de los
Okay,
ejemplos
so we're going to
de los
continue
emprendedores y los privados,
with
¿no?
the examples of the
Así que
private
ahora
sector and the companies.
no creo,
So
Emerson no creo que vuelva, así que
Emerson, I'm not sure he'll be able to log back in.
entramos directo
So
en
let's
lo que tiene que
go
ver con las experiencias
into what has to
privadas.
do with private
Vamos a empezar
experiences.
con
Let's
Nicolás de la
start
Maza
with
de
Nicolás de la
Agrojusto.
Maza from Agrojusto.
Nico
Nico
es cofundador de
is
Agrojusto.
the
Es una
co-founder of
empresa
Agrojusto
oriunda de
from
Argentina y ganadora de
Argentina
esta
and winner
edición.
of this
Se
edition.
trata de una
It is
plataforma
a
digital
digital
que conecta de
platform that
manera
directly
directa a
connects
productores y
producers with
consumidores y
consumers
comercios,
and businesses,
impulsando un comercio
promoting
más justo
fairer
y
and
transparente
more
en la cadena
transparent trade in the
agroalimentaria.
agri-food
Nico,
chain.
¿Qué tal a todos?
Nico,
Muy buenas
hello,
tardes.
greetings
Antes
to
que todo, quería
everybody.
probar a
First
ver
of
si
all,
esto
I would
estaba
like to
funcionando
test
bien,
if this was
porque
working
no
well,
sé si se prende o...
because I don't know if it actually works.
Ahí sí, perfecto.
There
Bueno,
you go, perfect.
primero que todo, lo
So first of
veo
all,
que
I
está difícil el
see
día,
that
así
the day
que
is kind of
como para animar
hard,
un poquito
so maybe
el movimiento
to wake
y
you
que
up
les
a little
interese todo
bit
lo que
and for
vamos a
you to
decir
feel
ahora,
interested in
me
what we're
encantaría
going to tell
que
you.
todos se interiorizaran
Maybe you can all
en lo que vamos a poder decir
think
ahora.
about what we are
Ahora
going
sí,
to
me
say
presento,
now.
soy Nicolás de la
I
Maza,
am Nicolás de la Maza.
Chief Executive Commercial de Agrojusto.
I'm the Chief
Nosotros
Executive
tenemos
Commercial
una
of
startup y
Arojusto,
entendimos
Commercial Chief
que hay
Executive,
un desafío muy grande
and we've
en
realized
el
that there
sector
is a huge
productivo, sobre
challenge
todo
in
en
the
lo que son los
production
pequeños y
sector,
medianos
particularly
agricultores,
in
y
small and
entendiendo que son
medium-sized
más de 15
producers. We
millones y
understand
que
there are
estos
over
15 millones
50
de pequeños
million, and
agricultores
this
corresponden
15
al
million of small
80%
producers
del volumen
represent
total de los
80% of the
agricultores.
total volume of
Sus tres
farmers.
principales
The
problemas
three main
corresponden, y
products
lo hemos escuchado
correspond,
en
and we
charlas
have heard
anteriores,
this
por
in
un
previous
lado,
talks.
a
One,
el poco
to the
acceso al mercado
poor
y
access to
la
market,
problemática con
and the
la
problem
dependencia de
with
intermediarios,
the
una rentabilidad
interdependency with
insuficiente
intermediaries,
y hay una gran problemática
a
también que lo hemos
insufficient
ido hablando en los
profitability,
días anteriores
and
con
something that we
respecto
have
al
been
cambio
mentioning so
generacional.
far with regards to the
Quien pueden ver
generational
acá
relay.
abajo es María
But you
Fernanda
can
Oneso,
see
es la
down
CEO
here
de
is
la
Maria
compañía
Fernanda
y es
Oneso.
hija de
She is the
productores.
CEO,
Por eso es
and
que
she's the
nosotros
daughter of
pudimos entender
producers.
el
That's why we
problema
were
de
able
ellos.
to
Ahí
understand
fue
the
cuando
problem
decidimos poder
from
apoyar a
within.
estos
That's
pequeños
when we
agricultores
decided to
para poder
support these small
visibilizar su
farmers to be able
oferta,
to
conectándolos con una demanda
visualize their
fortalecida
problem
mediante diferentes
with
soluciones
through
digitales que
different
les voy a
digital
contar a
tools that I'm going to
continuación.
be telling you
¿Cómo funciona
about in a
Agrojusto?
moment. How
Nosotros
does
tenemos una plataforma
Agrojusto
con
work?
diferentes
We
soluciones,
have a
pero no solamente
different
trabajamos en la
solutions, but we not only work with the
sino que también trabajamos con estrategias de
first
demanda.
for offer, but also
Nuestras
supply.
diferentes soluciones van desde
Our
tiendas
different
en
solutions
línea
include
personalizadas para
on
el sector,
personalized online
trazabilidad
stores,
con tecnología blockchain
traceability
y
with blockchain
también
technology,
integrar
and also
ambas
we
tecnologías
integrate
para
both
poder así
technologies to
comunicar a
be
través de
able
las
to
tiendas que pueden tener todos
communicate
los pequeños
via the
agricultores
shops
el
that
origen
all small
y
farmers
la
can have
historia
the
que hay
origin
detrás
and
de
the
cada producto.
history
Así
behind
como
each
en este
producer.
caso unos
So in this
apicultores
case, we
de
have some
México
beekeepers in
van a
Mexico.
poder ver que viendo el
They can
producto
see that
directamente,
looking at the
colgando un clic,
product
van a
by
poder ir
clicking on
a toda la
it,
historia
they
que hay
can look at the
detrás
story
del
behind
gran trabajo que están
all
haciendo.
the work they do.
La tecnología por sí
The
sola no
resources
sirve
of
para
the
nada. Por eso
technology
es que
in
entendimos que
itself
teníamos
is
que
good,
lograr
is no
generar
good.
una base de
So we need to
capacitación para que todos los
generate
pequeños
a
agricultores y también
training
los comercios
baseline
pudieran
for
capacitarse
producers
con
and
respecto a
traders
términos
to
comerciales, de
understand the
marketing,
commercial
certificaciones y
marketing
también, muy
certification
importante, temas
concepts
de
and
género, porque este
also
sector
gender topics
eh,
because this sector
también tenemos que verlo.
is
Acá es
needs
donde
to
ocurre la
see
magia.
this
Tenemos
too.
un mercado
Here's where the
mayorista
magic
donde
occurs. We have a
conectamos a los
wholesale
pequeños y
market where
medianos
we connect
agricultores
the
con
small
la
and
demanda real.
medium-sized businesses with the
También
real
tenemos un
demand.
modo de comunidad
We have
porque
another
no
community
solamente queremos
module because we
conectarnos
not
por los
only want to
productos, sino
connect them
también
via the
por las
products, but also
personas,
via the
logrando
people,
conexiones directas con mensajes
attaining
privados
direct
en donde se pueden
connections
conectar
via
no solo
private
para comprar
messages,
los
not
productos,
only
sino
to
también
buy the
para hacer
products, but also
conexiones.
to make connections.
Finalmente, una de las
Finally,
últimas cosas
one
que
of the
hemos
last things
tenido
we
son
have
marketplaces
included
dinámicos. Ya
are
les voy a explicar un poquito más
dynamic
adelante con
marketplaces,
respecto a
and I'm
esto,
going to
pero
explain
lo que
more
buscamos es
about
poder
this later on.
unificar
But we
tiendas
want to
para así
unify the
lograr con
stores
un solo
so
esfuerzo
that in one
visibilizar
single
a
effort
muchos
we
más
can
productores.
see more
Les quería
producers.
contar primero la historia de Silvi.
Let me tell
Ella
you
es
the
una
story
pequeña
about Sylvie.
agricultora de
She's a
Mendoza,
small
apicultora, perdón, de Mendoza,
beekeeper
donde
in
su principal
Mendoza,
problema es
and her
que
main
ellos
problem
siguen muy
is
buenas
that
prácticas
they do
agrícolas
have
porque aman
very
las
good
abejas. Y
agricultural
no es
practices
por
because
querer
they
tener una
love bees, and it's
certificación, sino
because they want
simplemente
to
porque
have a
querían
certification,
hacer algo
but
bien
because they
por
wanted to do things
todo
well
el
or
beneficio que
correctly
tiene
for
la
all the
abeja al
benefit that the
darle y
bee
entregarle la miel. Ella tenía el
gives
gran
to
problema
her
que no
as
podía decir
it gives
con
her
etiqueta solamente no le
honey.
bastaba.
So the
Entonces
label was
nosotros,
not enough.
gracias a nuestras
So thanks
herramientas,
to our
pudimos
tools, we were
conectarla
able to
con
connect her
diferentes
with different
soluciones para
solutions
poder comunicar
to
el
be able to
origen y la historia
communicate
detrás
the
del
origin and
producto,
the story
logrando
behind the
así poder
product,
hoy en día ser la
attaining in
proveedora
this
de
way
restaurantes que
the
tienen
fact that
estrellas
she
Michelin.
is now the supplier of several
Aquí
Michelin
aprendimos
restaurants.
mucho, pero nos dimos cuenta que no
We
estábamos
learned a
solos
lot, but
haciendo
then we
todo esto,
realized that we
pero
were
que en
not
el
alone
sector
doing all this.
normalmente las
That in the
diferentes
sector, the
organizaciones
different
públicas,
organizations,
privadas y
public,
ONG
private, and
se enfocan sobre
NGOs,
todo en la parte
focus mainly
técnica,
on the
no en
technical
la
part,
parte
not in
comercial.
the commercial
Por
part.
eso es que
That
detectamos que hay
is
tres
why
problemas
we
principales.
started
Una,
realizing
falta
that
de
the three
innovación
main
con
problems:
respecto
a
a
lack of
estrategias de
innovation with
comercialización.
regards to
Por otro
trade
lado, falta de equipos
strategies or
realmente
marketing
dedicados a
strategies.
desarrollar la parte comercial de los
There
productores
are no
y
teams
que si
dedicated to
queremos
development of the
hacer esto de
rural
cero tiene costos
trade
altísimos.
development
Ahí
and
fue cuando
the
escalamos nuestro
costs that
modelo
are
y
very
actualmente
high.
estamos con
So
un
we
modelo de
developed a
marca
model,
blanca
and now we
en donde
have a
trabajamos
white
directamente con
label
gobiernos, corporativos
model
y
where we work
ONG,
with government
brindándole nuestras
corporations and
soluciones
NGOs,
para
bringing
poder así
our solutions to
adaptarlas
them
a
so
cada
that we
uno de los
can adapt them
programas y a
to
cada
each of
uno
the
de los aliados y así poder
programs and
ofrecer la
each of the
mejor
partners
tecnología
so that we can
para todos los
provide them with the
agricultores
best
de
technology
Latinoamérica.
for all farmers in
Les
Latin
quería
America.
mostrar un
I
caso
wanted
que
to show
fue
you a
el
case,
primer caso que
which was the
tuvimos de
very
manera
first case that we
internacional,
had
en donde
in the
trabajamos
international
de
level,
manera
where we
colaborativa con
worked
una organización
together
que
with
está
an
muy desarrollada
organization
en
that is
México, que
well
es
developed in
la
Mexico,
ONG
which is
NUP,
the
en donde ellos
NG,
tenían mucho
the
territorio,
O-
habían logrado capacitar a
NGO,
los productores para tener
NUUP,
un muy buen
NUP.
producto,
They had
pero
a very good
lamentablemente
product,
la parte
but
comercial y
the
digital
marketing
les
and
estaba
digital
costando.
part
Ahí
was
fue cuando nos encontraron como un
truly
aliado
difficult
y
for them.
pudimos, a
So
través
we
de
found a
tecnología
partner,
aplicada y
and via
personalizada,
applied and
visibilizar a los productores.
personalized
También
technology, we were
habilitamos
able to
plataformas de medición de
visualize the
impacto, porque como decían
producers
ayer, lo que no
and
se mide no
in
se puede mejorar.
measure
También
things, because if you don't
aplicamos
measure things, you
herramientas
cannot
de
improve
mejores
them. We
accesos a
include
mercados.
better tools
Desarrollamos una
for
plataforma
market
de
access.
formación comercial
We
y algo que les
developed
voy a
a
contar un
platform
poquito más
for
adelante con respecto al programa
digital
de jóvenes rurales
trade
digitales. También
training,
tenemos experiencias en otros
and we
países.
also have experience
Actualmente
with
estamos
other
trabajando en Chile
countries. We're
con
currently
la
working in
consultora
Chile with the
Catonga
consultant
Timanao
Katonga Timanao
de Isla de Pascua o Rapa
from
Nui, como
Rapa
a ellos
Nui,
nos dicen que tenemos que decirle, en donde también estamos pudiendo lograr
where we are are also training and improving digitally the trade of a coffee cooperative that wants to plant coffee in some inactive volcanoes in the island. We're also working in Guatemala. Our solution is digitalizing small farmers with a partnership with Foundation Care to digitalize and train these people in the last stage nobody wants to care for. we understood the root of the problem. We also developed the technology, and now has been validated with all the cases of success that we have shown you. So we have done this through partnerships because we know that on our own we won't go far, and we want to improve our technology with AI tools that will allow us to generate different digital managers to accompany the training processes, not on the technical, but on the commercial side of producers. Some of our partners, you can see them here. I'm not going to mention them, but we are truly proud to be able to work with each one of them. And this is all possible thanks to the great team we have. You can see the founders of the company, where we have some very interesting technical capabilities and a specialized team as well. We also have 3 advisors and investors who are accompanying us in this process and help us reach where we are nowadays. And as investors in our systems, we have the Kirchner Foundation, the Grupo Sanco Seguros, and the Swiss Organization for Development. I'm not going to be able to say all this, but I can tell you about it later on if we get together. But we were able to develop the first academy of rural youth academy in Mexico. They speak indigenous languages of the sector, and this was all thanks to the partnerships and collaborations. On our own, we were not able to do so. We need to support ourselves with companies that are already working in the area, so we can attain some impact. We attained a number of awards, like the Legacy Award by Bayer, Build Up from the UN as well. And this year we also won Startup Chile Growth. And we believe that the only way we can attain all this is by working together. So I urge you to scan the QR. You're going to find my WhatsApp there, and we can work together so that we can actually attain a change in agriculture and improve the market to improve access to markets of small and medium-sized producers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicolas. Thank you very much for your presentation. So now we're gonna listen to Abraham, then Diamond, and then we're gonna ask the questions. We're gonna listen to Abraham Diaz. Abraham is the co-founder of Pecuario, a Guatemalan company, winner of this edition that integrates artificial intelligence and data analysis to optimize livestock production. He focuses on livestock, providing tools that improve production efficiency, sustainability, and strategic decision-making in livestock systems. Abraham, thank you very much.
My name is Abraham Diaz, co-founder of Pecuario. Let me tell you what we are doing and what encourages us to continue doing so. Throughout all our presentations this week, we have understood that the livestock market and agriculture are not very digitalized, and this represents big shortfall, a loss of traditional sales and limited information. Through surveys with our user base, we have some data we would like to share. For example, 55% of the users interviewed recognize they have no knowledge about their numbers, how much they sell, how much they spend, how many animals they have sold throughout the year, etc. And this represents more than 70% recognizing poor management. And as Nico said, if you cannot measure, you cannot improve, as we have heard. So there is so much more to do, and more than half of them continue basically manage their farms based on paper and pencil. So there are many challenges. So that is why we developed Pecuario, the largest livestock marketplace in Guatemala, a platform where our users report that they are live animals for sale and connect to customers throughout the national territory. Let me give you some numbers of what we have done so far. We were launched three years ago, There are more than 24,500 users with their telephone numbers, no email, only telephone numbers. More than 475,000 animals have been published on the platform, representing more than 8,000 advertisements of animals for sale, almost 200 announcements per week with a market value of about $80 million US. Our metrics show that there are effective sales contacts covering 30 to 35% of all of this. Additionally, and very organically, as a result of our sector and our user needs, we have enabled a segment for properties and land for sale for agriculture purposes, and we have been able to list 300 properties on the market for over $75 million, and a list of specialized products in partnership with companies in the sector, machinery for agriculture purposes. More than $30,000 per month are being sold, more than 500 satisfied customers, and payment upon delivery, which is very important to build this relationship with the users of quotas. And there are many digital gaps, banking gaps, access to credit. And that is why through our platform, we have entered into partnerships with financial institutions in Guatemala. And through our platform, their credit requests are processed. More than 200 requests so far, with a ratio of approval between 10 and 12%. Some applied for close to $4 million and disbursement of about $75,000 so far. Obviously, the approval rate is very low because we understand that since they are not a bank, segment, do not have a credit score, and there are interesting solutions we can implement on our platform for this. Now, one step further in this digitalization of the sector, we have developed an app where our users not only can buy and sell their animals, but manage their own properties with the help of Tulio. Tulio is our AI agent in a chatbot to capture data. And with the text message or through WhatsApp, you can carry control basically of three initial cases of use: the control of inventory of your cattle, adding and subtracting deaths, births, veterinary control, where you can carry weight monitoring and prophylactic, and then the financial control, income and expenses. So this strengthens these properties and generates data, this sector, and these can be used and leveraged for other purposes. For example, as we mentioned before, credit management, financial inclusion, etc. This is scalable. I know we are thinking of digitalizing, but obviously we want to make money at the same time. So our business model is premium, where free use farmers can have access to credit advertising, CRM with businesses in the sector, and the premium sector will have unlimited access to marketplace and veterinary and financial assistance. How do we do this? Well, the challenge here, and I believe we have all talked up to a certain point about how we go about ensuring that our users and farmers can utilize these tools. Our strategy, our central pillar for development is a UX as a central pillar. UX as a central pillar. Basically, my work in the past was basically optimizing the use of technology and how something that takes 8 clicks today will only require 5 clicks in 3 months, and then potentially in 1 year, no clicks. It's our central pillar. We understand the sector we are in, and that is why we have built this readily available tool, this endless scroll, Scroll, WhatsApp agent, etc. And additionally, online acquisition or purchases through website traffic. Our platform online receives more than 100,000 visits per month. Social media campaign, organic growth. We have WhatsApp groups, massive WhatsApp, SEO, etc. And evidently offline acquisition or purchases. Basically, it is important to be in contact with our users, and we participate in fairs and cooperatives, agro-vet providers and banking systems. So that is what we are doing. And I am open to questions and to comment, contact those that are maybe interested in learning more about this. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Abraham. Impecable en el
Thank you,
tiempo
Abraham.
también.
Perfect time-wise
Vamos
also,
a escuchar ahora
despite
a
the speed.
Diamond
Now we will hear to Diamond Kershaw from Ceres Agriculture. He is part of Ceres Agriculture, an innovative business based in Dominica. They foster the development of digital solutions for the agri-food sector. His work is centered on integrating emerging technologies, strengthen productivity, foster sustainability, and optimize strategic decision-making in agri-food systems. Diamond, go ahead.
Afternoon, everybody. Name is Diamond Kershaw from Dominica. That's Dominica, the island, nature island, not the republic. I'm representing Ceres Agriculture. Basically, what the company does is we take farming into the digital world. So all our farming practices that we know of traditionally, we know that some farmers are not the most tech savvy. So we give them the technical training and enable them to be useful and productive on different forms of software, our websites, our apps, and so. Basically preparing them to be able to produce on a scale for supermarkets, stores, hotels, and such. Even aiding certain government agencies in their exports. So really and truly, it's giving the farmers the technical skills and training that they don't normally get or have, and helping them figure out the balance between how they can keep what they know traditionally, as well as figure out new markets. The game I have to play. Yeah, so video I was trying to play here, sorry. So no. Let's go into the next though. All right, well, I just speak on behalf. But basically what we do is I have connections to certain agencies, government, the ministries, and so on. And we want farmers to be able to produce properly, systematically, plan their development, plan their procurement, and so on. Even study the demand curves and so on. So where the supermarkets and so come in, they want to have the data. So they want to be able to collect all the information. They want to be able to see the analytics, plan their demand, plan their buying, and so on. So let's say Ica was to buy from Dominica. You have a quota for if it's 2,000 pounds of plantains, dashings, or whatever they may be looking for. We give farmers that don't have the technical skills, we train them up to a standard so that they'll be able to basically go out and produce on their own or whether they need our assistance. We have a mobile software that I was hoping, I don't know if someone can help me out here in playing the video. But what it really does is enables farmers to label their inventory, upload the inventory so that it can be visible to all users, similar to how you would use Amazon or eBay, and basically just create that online marketplace where they can buy and sell freely. And where we come in is in just handling the technical details, the data, the databases, and so on. The collected data, agencies like the ministries, or if you know Dexia, that's the Dominica Export-Import Agency, an affiliate of ours. They will collect that information and plan their buying. So let's say in a 2024-2025 period, you know what you bought, you know where there was too much of something, there was not enough of something, and you basically use that information to train farmers on what they should plant, what they can avoid, and where there's basically saturations in the market, so they can avoid that that cost of going into it and not knowing if they have a sale point or not. Another thing is to increase sales points. So we engage in communications with other islands, other governments through certain government agencies, quasi-governmental agencies as well, private sector, and basically just enable farmers to understand farming as a business practice, not just something that you do in a garden, because it's something, food security is becoming more of a problem globally, so, and health as well. So we want to just give all incentives to farmers and producers, even the value-added markets. So people may do oils, creams, and so on. We enable them to get online, be visible, and allow all buyers to have access to the information, basically, because you might be looking for something and not know it's there until you see it. And that's where we come in, as well as giving farmers new skills, the motivation to keep on going. The food security problem is something that kind of, I guess it's not so much talked about or so well understood, or maybe we should make it more of a priority. But even in terms of health and such, we want to be able to give all the information necessary, not too much. You don't want to give farmers too much information, or anybody too much information where they feel that it might bog them down or make them, declutter, and then, that creates indecision or bad decisions. You want to basically just collect all the information, and the app logs all this information. Hoping you could get we have a YouTube page, or if anything, we can speak after. But basically, we want to be able to use farming and data together to create a more harmonious environment, a more studious environment. So one, farmers can see themselves as professionals, and two, the hotels, the other stakeholders, hotels, supermarkets, government agencies, exporters, hucksters, and such, they'll be able to see what's available and how they can plan what they buy, how they buy, plan demand, as well as other islands. If they have shortages on their islands, let's say Guadeloupe or Martinique was to contact Dexia or Ceres, they would be able to create quotas and send them out to us. We would contact the farmers, and the farmers would basically be able to either use what they have or plot their land accordingly, so they know that this season I'm planting is dashing, couscous, tanya, such, and if they should leave certain things alone. We also give there's information on each crop. So let's say a buyer, you could go on the crop types, you could see what it is, you could see the different subspecies, like you have different classifications, like different bananas, like you would have the Cavendish banana, you would have the Abacaxi pineapple. So basically just educating farmers on how to be the best farmer that they can be, while giving them access to new markets. And in those new markets, collecting the data so that the stores and supermarkets, the hotels can see the historical data, plan, create analysis, and such. That's basically what we do. If anything, I think that's about it, really. The time about the end, but I'm interested in hearing any feedback, if anything. But that's the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diamond. Bueno, ahora tenemos unos
Now
minutos
we have a few
para
more minutes
preguntas,
for questions.
específicamente para todo lo que es la expresión
And
del sector privado, ¿no? Que nos vino
to
hoy a contar
cover the
sus
part of the
experiencias.
private
Después
sector that has come
terminamos y
to
vamos a
share
hacer un resumen
experiences.
de
And
lo
after
que
this,
estuvimos
we will
viendo hoy.
summarize
Así
what we
que
have covered
a
today.
disposición para hacerle preguntas
So the floor is open
acá a la gente del
to
panel.
questions for our panelists.
Oh, my bad, sir.
Ya.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very
Bueno, para
much.
cualquiera de los
For
del panel,
any of the panelists,
claramente uno de los
clearly,
problemas que
one of
se
the biggest
tocó son
problems
el
addressed
asunto de los intermediarios.
intermediaries.
Cuando
So the
logras
question is,
conectar las
once you connect
aplicaciones con
the apps
el mercado directo,
with the direct
verdaderamente
market,
se evidencia que los
we see that
intermediarios
intermediaries
no vuelven a estar en esa
do not
interacción
appear in that
o
interaction.
de repente los mismos
Or
intermediarios
would
usan
those
también las
intermediaries
aplicaciones
also use those
para
apps
estar logrando
to
eso. Entonces incorporan a
tap that? And then
esa,
they just become part
esta
of that
iniciativa.
chain or initiative.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Muy buenas
Hello,
tardes.
very
Mira,
good
qué buena pregunta,
afternoon.
la verdad,
That was a good
porque
question, by
en
the
realidad
way.
nosotros siempre, en un
We,
principio, en realidad, dijimos, bueno,
right from
queremos
the
ser
beginning, said,
intermediarios.
okay, we want to be
Quería aclarar esa parte
intermediaries.
porque
Let me add that
también lo
part
habían
because
comentado en otra de
this
las
has been
presentaciones.
mentioned in other
Por ahí no es ser
presentations.
intermediario, sino que hay
Not really
intermediarios
being
justos en
an
la cadena que le
intermediary,
agregan valor
because
al
there are
producto y eso
fair
sí son
intermediaries that
necesarios
add
para poder realmente
value
llegar a
to the
cierto
product,
mercado.
and that is
Con respecto a
necessary
los,
to reach the market.
con respecto a
Now,
nuestras plataformas,
as
lo
to
que
our
nosotros tratamos de
platforms,
hacer
what we
es
try
darle
to
otras
do is
oportunidades de
give
mercado a
other
los
market
productores.
opportunities
Entonces,
to
así lo que
producers. So
buscamos
with
es,
this,
bueno,
what
a
we
ver,
seek is, well,
quizás tienes cierta
perhaps
producción
you should have a
que
certain
tu
amount
producción
of
no dependa
product, and your production
100%
should not
de que alguien venga
rely
a imponerte un precio
100% on
y que te
someone coming
obligue
to
en cierto
impose a price on
aspecto
you and
a
basically force you
asumir,
to
independiente de tu
accept that,
ganancia o tu
regardless
margen,
of your
el precio que te están
margin,
diciendo.
and not just accept the price they
La
offer,
manera
period.
más directa
No,
para poder
the
hacerlo es
most
a través de
direct way
estas
to do it
plataformas
is through
en
this
el sentido de que
platform,
tienen
in
también
the
la
sense
posibilidad,
that
y
they
ahí
have
creo
the
que concordamos, de
possibility, and I
elección,
believe
que es
we
lo que
agree,
decían, ¿no?
there's
Y
a
también lo
possibility
habían dicho en
for
otra de las presentaciones,
selection,
de
and
poder
this has
elegir
been
a quién le
mentioned before.
vendo y si es
Select
que
who I
realmente
sell to.
es justo o no es
And
justo con respecto a
if it
mi
is fair
producto
or
y
not for
el
my
diferencial que
product
tiene.
and the differential this represents.
Gracias, Nico.
Thank you. I would like to add a bit more, specifically in the livestock sector. We see something very aligned with what Nico has said. It is not really the intermediary. The intermediary basically becomes an important element in the chain because that is the logistics elements from an establishment or a premise to the slaughterhouse, for example. So we try to bring them into the platform and we give them the opportunities to be exposed to a broader marketplace. Thank you.
Gracias, Abraham.
Thank you, Abraham.
Diamond?
Diamond?
They ask the question they had about the intermediation, about if you eliminate the intermediation about these different tools, or had to stay again in the future commercialization, both of them, no? Again, she asked about the intermediation. Okay, you had one player get away or stay in the others commercializations futures. You understand? Yeah, yeah.
Anybody can help with the translation a bit? I think he's trying to ask,
Let me do it for me in English if you,
Okay, yeah.
I hopefully translate it correctly. About the middleman between commerce. That is the main issue whenever a farmer has to sell his crops. So if the middleman has eliminated, when you put your application of the middleman becomes part, becomes like a client in your app.
Yeah, so it can be, you can have a bit more independence in the sense where you get onto the app and you set up a profile. We don't necessarily need to speak. You and a direct buyer, there's a chat bot on the app, so you and your buyers can speak directly. The only place where we really come in is there's an online payment system, so we collect 10% commission, and that's just it. the farmer has all the power.
¿Alguna otra?
Anything else?
Sorry, I'll ask in English. So here, yeah. I see all these talks and these startups, and I get very excited about it, right? Especially you're all young people, at least relative to me, and you're doing really interesting things. I see all the platforms, the different kind of work, and I'm an agricultural economist, so I think this is great. You're solving this market, these market issues. The problem, though, is there's not that many farmers that you're interacting with, right? And so it's a finite number. So my question is, what's limiting you from reaching, tens of thousands or even millions of farmers? What is it? I mean, those of us who talk about digital advisory services, the additional cost shouldn't be that high, right? Once you've set up the systems. So I know finance is always an issue, but why can't you reach more people? What is the limitation there? Thanks.
Bueno,
Well, in Guatemala right now, we have about 25,000 users. We estimate that in Guatemala, the market size is about 350,000 persons. We're at about 9-10% of market penetration just in Guatemala. Well, we have the ambition, obviously, to expand and enter new markets. As you were saying, I do not want to say money because we all need money. But anyway, we are in a phase right now where we feel comfortable enough and with the assurance that we have a scalable product. I believe we are right at that phase where we can export to other markets. And of course, our objective is to penetrate some countries like Mexico, Colombia, Argentina. So definitely that is a challenge to make it massive. And we are at ease. We trust that we have user experience that allows precisely for easy adoption, and that is what we are aiming at. Hello, good afternoon. I will take up the role of the problem here. I believe that regarding the same and in line with your idea, we are in a process where none of the startups present here in the marketplace have a development time greater than 10 years. We are newcomers, basically. So first, we must understand the issue, seek a solution, validate that solution, and then massify it. We, as Agrojusto, are looking for partnerships, partners to reach the growers. And if we are talking particularly of small producers, these are the ones that are behind the scene or off our radar, and we need to connect them. In the presentation, I was saying that we are currently working with the Mayan descendants to reach such a close community as that is very difficult. So these are processes that are not immediate. They depend on a development time, and no matter our platform, that perhaps through one same click I can solve all problems. It takes time to adapt by this sector that perhaps has other issues that go beyond the adoption of technologies themselves. It requires education, financial education, productive education. There are many, many points that need to be covered to massively solve this problem. But I do trust we are doing the right thing. And as I was saying in my presentation, I trust that the only way to do it is partnering with other persons that are doing some work in the territory to combine what perhaps we do not focus on that much, but to continue doing our part and validating it. Thank you. Thank you, Nico. My question is for Agrojusto, but excuse me, I had another answer. Okay, excuse me.
Un momento. But yeah, similarly to how Amazon or eBay would host hundreds of thousands, millions of people, The only bottleneck I really see, we can as well because it's an online platform. The only bottleneck really being figuring out the logistics, the data security, and the financing part. We can work with farmers, we can work with government agencies, banks, and so on. We have an aid bank. Our government has assisted farmers and has created incentives for farmers to go to the aid bank. And basically, what they want them to do is set up business plans, proposals, and so. And just as long as there's a proper structure and so on, the farmers can get financial assistance. But on our app service, it's an online platform. So similarly, we can host as long as the server, again, data security.
Thank you, Diamond.
Thank you, Diamond. Okay, perfect. My question is for Agrojusto, but perhaps Pecuar and Ceres, I do not know if you just focus on individual consumers, but anyway, perhaps there is an opportunity precisely through digital tools, bringing together small growers to make a larger massive sales. One of the difficulties that I see, and perhaps you have worked on this in the field, and what solutions have you found, if at all, is standardizing quality and product types. It could be plantain or banana. There are several varieties, and there are several qualities within those varieties. So I understand that in some parts, for example, Agrojusto works with organizations that do that work to standardize. But then perhaps you have had experience working with producers that perhaps are not in these organizations, and how have you overcome this issue? Because a large buyer wants to regularly purchase and obviously will want to standardize the quality of the product. So what experiences have you had with that? Okay, thank you. In this sense, we have had different experiences, different places. Let me go from the end to the beginning of your question. How to differentiate the product? We believe that through technologies, this can be done. It is not that difficult. That is why we have proposed this traceability platform to connect the origin and the story behind the product. Not only can we, well, for the time, limited time, but we can upload a technical document and photographs and videos, and there's a validator role that can be standardized, so to provide certainty. These are some of the tools that are being used today, not just to stand out regarding the product quality, but all a range of things we offer. I have mentioned a story that I like very much when we experienced it in the southern part, where we are in the southern part of Mexico. There is a place called Alto de Chiapa, very rural, tremendous production that is not in the legal market, if we can call it that way. And we realized that they had coffee of a Mayan origin, more than 1,400 meters above sea level. And they had women working there. Basically, their cupping rate was 87 out of 90 possible points. And they were not aware of a market because they did not have the tools to understand that there was no way they could know there was a market for that. So technology is useful to make this differentiation. And in the other sense, we have had some collaborative procurement, but this is in line with the effort that we have not been able to cover today for time reasons, but we are working now to try to get in contact with other cooperatives, and so that those large cooperatives, for example, can begin including small growers that are in different places. Thank you. Let me quickly add. In the livestock area, this is a huge challenge in Guatemala because, and I was mentioning this to several people, livestock traceability is not mandatory, so that is a huge challenge. We do this through all the information we gather from our users, weight, race, age, gender of the animals, sex, and through photographs and videos. We gather a lot of feedback from the users, both vendors as well as buyers, and we have discarded some announcements that do not meet quality standards or are fraudulent. So that is how we build trust among our users, and that is why we have recurring users that continuously publish. Thank you.
Yeah. So in terms of quality control, in the same way I don't eat anything and get sick, I don't want the same thing to happen to anybody. So we have quality control places in check where even you can leave reviews, buyers can leave reviews, they can contact us directly and so on. And basically we can vet farmers on our app and figure out who's doing the necessary quality checks and who's doing the sorry, tying up my tongue here. But who's doing the necessary steps basically? Because we have like DOMGAP and a few other classification systems where the farmers have these standards to follow before they can sell or export.
Thank you, Diamond. Última pregunta, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Last question. Two-part question, Nicolas. You mentioned the digital youth network. What have you learned from that? And for the rest, do you believe that the incorporation of the youth via the academy or some other way can transform your businesses and the way you develop them? Thank you for asking that because I wanted to tell you more about that. The main learning that we had with this academy is that there's a huge willingness of youth to participate in this. Currently, we have focused on training them with regards to giving them other tools that go hand in hand with being able to trade the products from the field, but not related necessarily with working the land. The first thing that happened was obviously that I didn't clarify this, but all is done digitally. We have not been to the field to work with the different youth, but we've done this digitally online. So at the beginning, there was some hesitance. I don't know, maybe turning the camera on or asking questions, but little by little, we realized that the most important thing is to be able to generate successful cases. There's always one that will lead the management, and if this person manages a certain outcomes within its organization, the others follow because they understand that somehow it is creating an immediate impact in the sale of their businesses. So, or in their business sales. So again, they want to be more profitable. Everybody wants to be more profitable. So if I realize that I'm selling more because I just trained a young person within my business structure, obviously the efforts end up all looking going after that. And with regards to your question, the role of the youth in this digital transition. Yes, but that's not the only way. My partner and I always tell each other that if this new functionality or a digital application can be used by my dad, it's good. My dad is 65 years old and he uses the phone for TikTok and WhatsApp. And so that's what we want to do. I don't want to wait for that digital transition toward the youth. I want that 75-year-old livestock producer who works in Guanatenango or anywhere can use it. So that's the way we do it. And we are focused on developing easy to use technology that can be used on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
For my part, where the young people come in, and this is something I've talked about back home, but we have to basically bridge the gap between the young and old because the older ones have the knowledge and the practical skills, and the young people have the energy and longevity. And as long as we can pique their interests and both parties are willing to do the work, then there is we can expect long life in farming. Everyone has to eat throughout their life. But just incentivizing them and letting them know that there's a long career path, a good career path. You can basically start your life, build your families, and think of farming as a business. It's a source of income. And when you have your income, you can do other things.
Thank you, Diamond. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diamond. Thank you, Diamond, Abraham, Nico. Thank you for everything. Big round of applause to all of them. Thank you, Álvaro, María Fernanda, and Emerson, who are not connected any longer, but that were connected before. Just so to summarize and then go into the coffee break, I've not jotted a number of concepts that were highlighted a number of times during the different presentations. I believe that Álvaro started talking about the need to remove intermediaries or middlemen from this trade cycle, and you all coincided in your projects, which I believe to be quite interesting. The interconnection, working as a network, how to interact with all the different parts of the production sector and trading sector. Increasing profitability by the exit of intermediaries, where they're talking about 20 or 30% increase in profits by just removing the intermediaries. So what Nico mentioned also during his presentation, to focus on different types of traceability, the importance of traceability with regards to trade of products. We also talked about the lack of management, and this is seen in agriculture and livestock productions at different levels. There's apparent lack of professionalism, lack of management, because they don't have the tools. When they get to know the tools, things change for them. The possibility of using all the tools in the long run, we do see that it's not up to the software, but if they have the tools available and they're easy to use, everybody will be using them. And this public-private partnership, the importance of strengthening business together. And I conclude with something that was asked, and I believe it was mentioned during the presentations, that the part of involving the youth. It's not only important because we can involve the youth, but many of the ag tech companies are young. We need to give them time. And giving them time means that they have the chance to collaborate and grow, because in the end, they are problem solvers. So thank you very much. Let's go to our coffee break.
Anuncio parroquial antes del break. Primero, gracias a Leo y a
So thank you, Leo, and all the panel members. Great panel. We didn't have any connectivity issues, but that reality definitely occurred or finished in this panel. It might happen again. We had some connectivity issues, but hopefully we won't have that problem anymore. So we are okay time-wise. Let's be back in 15:25 for the last part of the day. And then we have the cocktail. That's it. Thank you. So let's be back in 15 or 25. So sorry, let's be back at 15:25, 3:25.
Bueno, les pido si pueden
Well, I
tomar
would
asiento,
appreciate
así
if you could
continuamos con
take
el
your
próximo
seats and
bloque.
then we can continue with the next block.
Gracias.
Thank you.
The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Buenas tardes a
Hello,
todos.
good afternoon, everyone.
Vamos a
Hello.
continuar
Let us
con el
continue
panel
with
Plataforma de
our
Monitoreo y Gestión Integral.
panel, Integrated Monitoring and
primero
Management
quiero,
Platforms.
En primer
First of
lugar,
all,
agradecer
I would like to
al ICA
thank
por la
ILICA
invitación,
for the invitation.
a Manuel Otero, a Federico
Manuel
Bert y a todo el
Otero,
equipo
Federico Bert, and the
que han
entire team
realizado un evento de
for
una magnitud
such
enorme
a tremendous
y me han
event,
permitido ser parte, así que
allowing
no
me to be
quería
part
comenzar sin
of
primero
it.
agradecer.
I would like to begin
Me
by first
presento,
thanking
soy
them.
Martín Ortiz,
My name is
tengo 22
Martín
años,
Ortiz,
soy
22
de
years
Argentina,
old. I am from
vivo en
Argentina.
Santa Rosa, La
I live
Pampa,
in Santa
y soy
Rosa,
el
La Pampa.
vicepresidente de
I am
Ateneos
Vice
Carvap,
President
que es la
of Ateneos
Confederación de
Carvap,
Asociaciones
the
Rurales
Confederation
de
of
Buenos
Rural
Aires y La Pampa.
Organizations of Buenos
En el día
Aires
de hoy
and
va
La
a
Pampa.
comenzar Juan
Today,
Manuel Pou
Juan
de
Manuel Paul
Ocaratech, que es
from
una empresa con sede en
Ocaratech,
Uruguay,
based in Uruguay,
que
will
ha
be our first
desarrollado
speaker.
una
They
plataforma
had
de inteligencia
developed an
artificial y
artificial
ciencia de
intelligence
datos aplicada a
platform
los
and
negocios. Así
science,
Juan Manuel,
data
todo
science
tuyo.
is Juan Manuel.
Bueno, bárbaro. Buenas
Great.
tardes a
Good
todos
afternoon,
y antes de
everyone.
comenzar
Before
quisiera
I begin, allow
contarles
me to tell you
la historia de el hombre,
the story
Eduardo, el
of
hombre que motivó
Eduardo, the
el
man that
propósito de
motivated
Ocaratech.
the objective
El
of
ingeniero
Ocaratech.
Eduardo Cristalli,
Eduardo
padre de nuestros
Cristalli,
fundadores, fue
father of
jefe
our
del INTA en
founders, was
Brickman,
head of
en
INTA,
Córdoba, allá Argentina,
INTA in
y fue un
Argentina.
referente para
He
todas
was
las
a
personas
benchmark for
del
all
agro
people
que
from the
necesitaban
agriculture sector
de
that
sus consejos a
needed
la hora de
his
tomar alguna
advice
decisión
for
crítica en sus negocios.
critical decision making in their
Entonces, su
businesses. So,
conocimiento fue
all his expertise
el motor de muchos
was the
negocios,
driver
pero
of many
tenía
businesses,
una
but
limitante que
there was a
era su
limitation
tiempo
there
y la
that was
presencia
time
física,
and
¿no?
physical presence.
Así,
So,
el problema que vemos que
the problem
cuando
we
un
see is
experto
that
se
when an
retira, ese
expert
conocimiento se pierde.
retires, that
Y hoy
knowledge and
en
expertise is lost.
Ocaratech hemos logrado
At
codificar ese conocimiento
Ocaratech,
en
we
un
have
software para nunca más
codified
perderlo
the software
y
to no longer
romper
lose that
para siempre
information and
con la
break away
limitante del
forever
alcance.
with the
Entonces nosotros
limitation
somos
of contact.
Ocaratech, somos el
So we
copiloto de
are
IA para
Ocaratech,
agronegocios.
we are the agribusiness
Vemos que más de
agribusiness
200.000
startup.
millones de
More than
dólares
$2 billion
en decisiones agrícolas
in
cada año se
agriculture
toman con
decisions are
información
made based
incompleta
on
y nosotros
incomplete
intentamos o
information,
venimos a
and we
resolverlo
have
en
tried
minutos.
to solve it in a matter of
Pero el
minutes.
problema que vemos
The
en
problem we
realidad no
see
es de falta de
truly is
datos,
not
al
lack of
contrario, hay
data,
un
just
problema
the
de
opposite.
abundancia de
There are
datos.
abundant
Lo que
data.
sí
But
hay muy poca
what we
información
have is limited
accesible y
information
accionable, ¿sí?
within
Entonces lo que
reach
vemos
and
es que el
actionable.
conocimiento del agro está
So
atrapado en la
the
cabeza de unos
knowledge of
pocos
agro
expertos,
is in
creando
the
un cuello de
minds of a few
botella.
experts, becoming a
Y bueno, hay
bottleneck.
alguna frase que pueda
And
aplicar a
there's a
otros
phrase that could
segmentos
apply
que
to other
dice, por ejemplo,
segments that
mi
says,
equipo
for
pasa más
example,
tiempo
my
buscando
team
información de
spends
mis
more
clientes que
time looking
vendiendo, ¿sí?
for customer information than selling.
Entonces nuestra
So
solución
our
es
solution
justamente
is
Eduardo, nuestro copiloto
precisely
de IA,
Eduardo,
una
our AI
interfaz
pilot,
conversacional que le permite a cualquier persona del agro
that allows
obtener un
anyone in
análisis
agro to
y
have an
respuestas
analysis
estratégicas
and
de su
strategic
cartera de
response of
clientes
their
sin ser un
customer
experto y en
portfolio
minutos.
without being an expert in a matter of
Como
10
ven,
minutes.
Eduardo
As you can see,
se
Eduardo
puede, es transversal
is
a todos los
cross-cutting
agronegocios, ¿sí?
all
Puede ser desde el
agribusiness,
segmento de
all the
producción
way from
agrícola, ya sea
agricultural
desde un gran productor
production for
o
large
una
growers
asociación de
or an
productores que lo que van a
association
querer
of
hacer es
growers.
obtener respuestas para
And
producir
this will
más y
give
mejor,
responses to produce
más
more
sostenible.
and better in a
En el
sustainable
segmento de
manner.
insumos y
And in
servicios
the
para
input and services
segmentar,
segment, well,
recomendar
to
insumos
segment and
a sus
recommend inputs
clientes,
to different
evaluar
customers,
la financiación de
evaluate the
campañas,
financing of
bueno,
different
justamente también en
activities,
finanzas y seguros
and in
para
finance and
evaluar
insurance
riesgos de
also to
créditos o
examine
cuantificar siniestros
credit
ante
risk or
eventos
quantify
en la parte de originación de granos para
events and
proyectar y
losses,
planificar la logística.
origination of
Y en el sector
grains for
inmobiliario,
logistic
por ejemplo, para
purposes, and real
evaluar
estate
campos
to evaluate
y segmentar en
land
base a
and
variables
segment
productivas.
based on productive variables.
Entonces Eduardo se va
So
adaptando
Eduardo
dependiendo del
adapts
segmento y
depending
del
on the
rol
segment
que
and the
tenga
role
el usuario dentro de la
the
empresa, ¿sí?
user may
Puede
have
ser un
within the
analista o un
business,
gerente.
an analyst, story manager,
Bien,
what
pero el
have you.
verdadero diferencial
But the
nuestro no
true
es el chat en sí,
differential
sino la
point is not
estructura
the
que
chat
tenemos
itself, but the
atrás,
structure
que
we
es el
have
motor que lo
behind it all,
alimenta y
the
es una
driver
una
of this all.
infraestructura propietaria
And a proprietary infrastructure that we have been building now for more than 10 years. three different
Y
levels
bueno,
in it.
son el Data Hub,
The data hub,
multicliente, lo que
the
hace
multi-customer
poder crear,
data
ordenar la
hub
información de la
that
empresa y de sus
organizes
clientes en
the
cuentas individuales,
company
y lo que hace es integrar todos los
information,
datos,
integrating all
datos de todas las
data,
fuentes
data from all sources
disponibles
available
a través de aplicaciones,
through
sistemas
apps,
e incluso un
systems, and
dispositivo
even
IoT para conectar máquinas, ¿sí?
IoT
Y a su vez
device to
APIs para
connect
conectarnos a
machines
fuentes
and API
externas.
to connect
La
to
intención de esto
internal
es tener más
sources.
datos
The
y más
objective is to
contexto.
have more
Y
data
el
and
motor
more
de ciencia de
context.
datos, que es
The science data
nuestro estrella, lo que hace es procesar
driver
esos millones de
processes the
datos
millions of
y
data
generar
bits and generate
información mediante
information
modelos y
through
genera información
models
histórica y
with the
predictiva sobre los
historic and
campos y cultivos de los
predictive
clientes. Y por último, sí,
information.
la
And
interfaz
lastly, we have the
de IA
interface,
lo que
the
hace es que esta
AI
información sea accesible
interface,
mediante una
making this
pregunta simple,
information
sí, para
available through a
cualquier
simple question for
persona
any
que
person
necesite alguna
that may
respuesta.
need a
Esta
response.
respuesta va a ser
The
siempre
response
contextualizada
would
y
be
adaptada al rol del
adapted to the
usuario.
context and the role of the user in concern.
Bien, acá voy a hacer un
Okay,
breve resumen, porque esto es muy
briefly
amplio, pero
summarize
de
the
ese Data
here.
Hub
From
tenemos
the data
distintos
hub, we
niveles,
have
¿sí? Y
different
tenemos
levels.
información
We
que se genera
have
sin haber cargado
information
ningún
without
dato
having
a
uploaded
nivel
any
de país,
data at
por
the country
provincia,
level
que
by
pueden acceder a
province,
índices hasta nivel de
with
lote. Lo que no sabemos ahí es de quién
indices down to the
necesitamos.
plot
Si
size. We do
cargan
not
los
know
campos
who
que
the
solamente
owner
dibujándolo
is.
se genera un
By just
reporte de
drawing it,
campo, un
it
informe de campo
creates a
que nos
field
trae
report
datos
that brings
históricos, 20
historical
años de datos
data covering, for
climáticos,
example, 20 years of
predicción
climate
de identificación de los
data,
cultivos, la
identification
rotación de
of
cultivos en las
crops,
últimas
crop
campañas, los
rotation over the last
rendimientos,
periods and seasons,
índices, bueno,
yield
un montón de
indices,
variables.
a series
Lo
of
mismo si
variables. And
dibujan
the
los
same if
cultivos
they
dentro de esos
draw the
campos,
crops in
se generan los
those
informes de campo
fields.
de
The
pronóstico
field
cultivo,
reports or the crop
donde
reports are
puedo
developed,
mencionar esto,
and
la validación de los
we
datos que
validate
registró
the
el
data
usuario.
recorded by the
Se genera
user.
el mapa
Then we
predictivo de
develop
cosecha,
a
tal cual como se
predictive
lo
harvest
generaba
map
la
as
cosechadora.
if it were coming from the
Toda la estadística
harvester
de
and all
índices,
the
bueno, un montón de información
index
básica solamente con haber
statistics,
dibujado un campo o dibujado un
but just
cultivo.
by
Después
drawing a
podemos
crop
agregarle más información a
or
través de todas las aplicaciones que les
field,
contaba hoy.
and then we can add
Y bueno,
more
y
elements to it
Eduardo,
later
sí,
on. But
la interfaz
so
de IA lo que hace
Eduardo,
es
the
accesible toda esta
AI
información, que ya es un montón para un solo campo, imagínense para toda una cartera de clientes.
Copilot, basically, he can work with
Bueno,
all these portfolio of
como otros han
customers.
mostrado antes, o sea, lo
As
que
we
hace
have
esto
shown
es
before,
una
basically
interfaz
what this
de
does
texto
is
simple que
an
nos trae
interface with
imágenes y
simple
demás
text with the
a
imagery
partir de la información que
based on
nosotros
the
le estamos
information
aportando.
we feed in.
Y esta no es
And
solo una idea, sino
this
que
is
ya
not
es
just an
una
idea.
solución validada.
This is a
Como les decía,
validated
hace 10 años
solution
que venimos
already.
trabajando
For
en
the
esto,
last
ya
10
llevamos
years,
más
we
de
have been
5 años de
working
operación
on it.
comercial
We have been
y
in
estamos
the
trabajando
commercial
con
arena for
grandes
now more than 5
multinacionales
years,
del
working
sector,
with
¿sí?
large
Del sector
multinationals
financiero,
from the financial
semilleros,
sector,
del sector de insumos, de
the
máquinas.
inputs, machinery
Y estamos
producers,
presentes en 4
and
países que son
agricultural inputs.
Argentina,
We are
Paraguay,
present in
Bolivia
Argentina,
y
Paraguay,
Uruguay,
Bolivia,
con
and
algunas
Uruguay,
experiencias
with some
piloto por ahora ya en
pilot
Brasil y
experiences for the
Colombia.
time being in Brazil and Colombia.
Bien, caso de éxito, acá
A
simplemente les
case
quiero
of
mostrar la
success here, I
diferencia
just wanted to
entre
show
el
you the
proceso
difference
tradicional, por
between the
ejemplo, para una
traditional
pregunta que puede
process. For
ser, ¿cuál es
example, a
el
question is,
riesgo crediticio
what
de
is the
mi
credit
cliente?
risk of my customer?
El
Well,
proceso tradicional
the
implica
traditional
bloquear
process
series y vueltas,
implies a lot
semanas
of
de tiempos.
bureaucracy and
La IA
weeks of
genérica daría
time
una respuesta de manual
that
sin sentido.
basically, and the
Y el
response basically
copiloto de
does not make
Ocaratech va a
sense,
dar una
but
respuesta
the Ocaratech
contextualizada
Copilot
en
will
base
give
a
a
datos
response
históricos y
based
predictivos
on
sobre los campos de
historical
cultivos
and
que tenemos
predictive
registrados.
data that we have.
Bien, y
So
el futuro es
the
conversacional y
future
escalable.
is a
Nuestro objetivo es
conversation and scalable. So
afianzarnos en estos
we
países que
want
les decía
to
y
strengthen ourselves in these
expandirnos a los
countries I
principales
mentioned and
mercados
expand to
de
the
las
major
Américas.
markets of the
Para esto
Americas.
estamos
And for
buscando
this, we are
socios
seeking
y clientes que
partners
busquen
and
acompañar
customers that would like to
este crecimiento.
support this growth.
Y para llevar esta visión
And
adelante,
to move
contamos
this
con un
vision
equipo
forward, we
que no
have
somos
a
solo tecnólogos, sino
team.
que
We are
combinamos
not just
experiencia en el
technologists, we
agro
have
con
experience in the
tecnología de
agriculture
punta.
sector with state-of-the-art
Leonardo Cristalli y Luca
technology.
Cristalli son hijos
Leonardo
del ingeniero Cristalli que
Cristalli
les mencionaba
and
hoy.
Lucas Cristalli are
Leo es nuestro CEO,
sons
que
of the
aporta
engineer
su
I mentioned.
experiencia y
Leo
visión en
provides
los
his vision
agronegocios.
and experience
Lucas
in
es el cerebro
agribusiness.
técnico
Lucas is
detrás
the
de toda
technical
esta arquitectura.
brain behind all of
Y
this
Nicolás Jodal,
architecture,
nuestro
and
director,
Nicolás
es
Jodal, our
una
director, director, is outstanding, knowledgeable in software, a founder of Nexus, purchased by Global, and he is ensuring a step into the future. This is the legacy, the outcome of the legacy of Juan Pablo, their father. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank
Juan
you
Manuel.
very much, Juan Manuel.
Felicitarte por el tiempo
I
que
would
fue
like to
exacto.
congratulate you. Timing,
Y le doy
perfect.
paso a
I give way
Daniel
now
Campanelli.
to
Tiene la
Daniel
palabra.
Campanelli. Your turn.
De novo, é mais torturados com o meu portunhol. Portanto, eu irei
I
apresentar
am
em
not
português.
going to torture you with my
Sou
Portnish.
CTO da iCrop. A iCrop é uma
I am
empresa
a
Magtech brasileira
partner of
que
iCrop,
surgiu
a
no ano de
Brazilian
2015. Hoje nós
corporation
temos
that
a sede bem
arose in
na área central do
2015.
Brasil, em Minas
Today
Gerais.
we have
E ela
headquarters in Minas
com uma
Gerais in the
demanda
center of Brazil, and this arose from a demand
digitalizar e trazer inteligência para
to
o uso de água
digitalize and bring
dentro da
artificial
agricultura, principalmente a
intelligence
agricultura de
to the
grandes
people that
áreas,
work
que
with
geralmente é
water,
irrigada por pivôs centrais.
basically in large
Essa dor, né,
lands
ela vem de que o
that
equipamento de
require
irrigação eles são muito
irrigation.
caros de implantar.
The
Na maioria das vezes, os
irrigation
produtores
equipment is
fazem essa
very
aquisição, né, gastam
costly,
esse
difficult
capex para ter esse
to
equipamento e no final das
implement,
contas eles não
and
sabem
we need a lot
de
of money to
maneira
maintain all that
objetiva
equipment. And at the end, they
quando e
really
onde
do
irrigar
not
e como
know
conciliar
how to
isso
use it or
com a
where
parte de
to
manejo,
use it
né? A
and
fase
how
da
to
cultura, que
match
tipo de
that
cultura
with
que deve
management,
estar implantada nessa área
crop,
e assim
what
por
type of
diante.
crops
E aí a gente vem para resolver
to
esses
solve with
três
that type of
desafios, né,
problem. So we
simples.
have
Hoje nós
tried
temos
to
mais bocas para
overcome those
alimentar,
three major
menos água para
challenges.
consumir, de modo
Obviously,
geral,
we have
e
so
menos
many
terra
more
para plantar
mouths
e,
to
de
feed and
fato, a
less
gente
water
precisa
available
verticalizar,
and
né?
less
Aumentar
land
a
to
produtividade
grow on.
na
So we
mesma
need
área.
to
A
increase
gente
productivity in the
também
same area
olha
by
para o lado de produzir
through
mais, porém gastando
vertical
menos. Não
planting.
adianta
So
nada
we want to
escalar a
produce
produtividade,
more,
aumentar
spending less.
imensamente, mas não trazer
It is useless
lucratividade,
to
né?
increase
Deixar
productivity
sobrar
if that
dinheiro
will
no
not
bolso do
bring
agricultor. Então a gente
productivity.
olha muito para essa eficiência,
We need
trazendo
the farmers'
sustentabilidade ambiental,
pockets to be full
financeira e
and for
social
science
dentro da
to bring
propriedade rural.
financial and social
A iCrop é
sustainability
um
to the
resultado de
rural
8
areas.
consultores que se
AI
juntaram,
crop
cada qual
is the
fazia o
result of
trabalho de
8
assistir agricultores
growers that got
irrigantes,
together, each
usando
one of
Excel e
them
outras
trying to
ferramentas, eles
help
quiseram digitalizar esse processo.
growers
Hoje nós
using
estamos
Excel and
atuando
other
em
things,
11
but
países,
instead
né?
they
15
they
estados
went
do
into the
Brasil,
digital world. So now we are in
passando por
15 different
Argentina,
states of
Brasil,
Brazil
Estados
and
Unidos,
11
África
different
do
countries:
Sul,
Argentina,
Egito,
Brazil,
Sérvia,
South
Romênia,
Africa, Egypt,
Hungria,
Serbia,
Espanha e Portugal.
Romania, Hungary,
São mais de
Spain,
15 mil
Portugal.
equipamentos do
More
tipo
than
pivô central atendido. Nós também
15,000
atendemos equipamentos de gotejo e outros tipos de
teams,
equipamento de irrigação. E no total
drip
nós tivemos
irrigation
mais de
systems,
5 milhões e
and more
300
than
hectares
5
atendidos nesse
million
tempo.
for
São mais de
300,000
2.400
hectares
fazendas. Um pouco
covered.
diferente, né? A iCrop acaba
More
atendendo
than
todo tipo de cultura, que é onde a irrigação geralmente não há
2,400 premises
uma
with all different
limitação do
types
que
of
se
crops,
plantar. Então acaba que nós temos hoje mais de
because
60
there is
culturas
really no
irrigadas,
limit
né?
as
Então,
to what can be
esse é
grown.
exemplo do que a gente faz. Aqui
Notice
são alguns
60
clientes que
different
vivem a
types of
experiência, né, de ser assistido por
crops.
algumas
Here are
soluções
some
da
of
iCrop que
the
eu vou falar aqui na sequência. Quais
customers that
são?
have
E tem desde
been
pequenos produtores de café do sul de
experiencing
Minas,
with the
passando
iCrop.
por
We
grupos
have
mais
small coffee
organizados, grandes
growers
grupos
in
agrícolas do Brasil, como é o
southern
caso de
Minas
SLC,
and
por
more
exemplo,
organized groups like, for
chegando às
example,
empresas de produção de
these that
semente. Quase todas hoje nos
the
contratam os nossos
seed
serviços
producers,
para poder
basically most of them
assistir a área daquela
get
fazenda
in
que será
touch with us to
plantada, né,
help in the
híbrido de
area
milho,
of
por exemplo.
the premise that
Aqui é
will
pouco
be
da soma
sown,
de
what
hectares
have
já
you, with
atendidos de cada uma dessas culturas. Então vocês vão ver que, claro,
corn,
falando de
maize.
Brasil, soja e
Notice all
milho serão
these
as que mais
areas.
têm área
Just talking about
atendida, mas
Brazil,
a gente vai
notice
para
this. There are
outras
so many
culturas,
areas
né? Passando
covered
por batata, sorgo, algodão,
for
cana-de-açúcar,
maize, but
café,
we want to
tomate.
increase
Atende
this
muito
even
clientes da
more with
agroindústria.
potatoes, coffee,
Quando a gente fala de
sugar,
gestão inteligente,
tomatoes.
de
So we
água,
talk
nós
about
estamos
smart
pensando
water
no desafio
management.
que é a
Here we are
escassez
thinking of the
e manter a
challenge
mesma
of
produção ou até aumentar, né?
the
Porque o desafio
shortage,
tem que
but
trazer mais
increase
produtividade,
production,
promovendo então
because
de
the
fato esse uso
challenge is to
eficiente da água e
bring
da energia. Eu
greater
gosto muito dessa imagem
productivity
aqui da apresentação
and
que
save
mostra, né, os pivôs
energy and
centrais
water. I like this
trabalhando
image very
e a
much
gente
because it
percebe que isso é um
shows
amontoado de dados, né? Quando a gente olha para um
the
equipamento de
centers
irrigação desse, a gente está falando de
working.
muitos dados que
Basically,
muitas
we're
vezes eles
talking
não viraram
about a
decisões.
significant
E a gente
amount of
faz isso por
data
meio de IA, imagens
that
de
help us
satélite,
make
dados
decisions
climáticos, para
through
transformar isso de fato em
AI and
decisão
satellite
para o cliente ele
imagery. We
irrigar melhor.
transform
Aqui é a
the
jornada,
data
né? Alguns dos
into
serviços, são 5 serviços que a iCrop
decisions to
oferece
help
hoje,
our
vai desde
customers. There are
projetar a
5
irrigação
different
de maneira adequada. Então,
services or
aquele cliente que ainda não
projects
irriga e quer
related
irrigar, nós temos
to
um setor que
irrigation.
pensa
Some customers do not have irrigation systems, so we have tried to think of the best equipment, the best layout of all this equipment. We talk about irrigation, and we tell the producers what they can and cannot do depending on their abilities to not underutilize anything. And we have re-engineering also. We examine the vehicle without knowing whether we are going to reach the end point or not. But so we have that part of recommending the most appropriate equipment to ensure that it will be available all year round for 3 harvests a year. The part of irrigation is basically support the irrigated area. There's a part of agri-weather solutions, water collection, climate data collection for areas without irrigation. Basically taking advantage of rainfall in the plantation areas to collect rainwater as much as possible. And for example, to keep an eye on temperature monitoring, that on the farm. Basically, when we have a lot of irrigation systems on the farm, it is very costly energy-wise, and that is very costly. So we have some devices that monitor how much the producers is spending in different parts of the premise. Here we have this an iCrop app. We have many producers that are using the system, and consultants and farmers can plan what to do. So these are different versions of the app. We have a system that is very colorful. We use the stoplight or green, yellow, red. In Brazil, we have people with a little literacy, so we use the color systems and the graphs so that customers, although they can read very little, at least it gives them an idea of when water usage is increasing or decreasing. We have the predictive part, when to irrigate today, when to irrigate tomorrow, or in the forthcoming 7 days or more, depending on rainfall forecast, to make the best decisions. We have 2 weather stations nearby. We have a cooperation project going on with Embrapa. We will begin with Uruguay also to place equipment and devices in the area so that those institutions can help us validate how much it is helping the rural area to control water use, either through irrigation or otherwise. Here we see part of the solution we have. In average, there is a 4.4% increase in productivity, and they reduce costs in 16%. Just on the irrigation side, I am talking about the power, hand labor, and water costs. This is my contact information, and available for you to clarify any doubt that may arise. It is a great pleasure, and I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. Embrapa and ICA, thank you for allowing us to be at this wonderful event. Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Very interesting. And lastly, Darío Torres from GAPI, a Mexican company that has developed an innovative platform to automate cropping indoors. Thank you. Very well. About 40 years ago, I was harvesting oranges at my father's plot. The times changed, water disappeared, end of the story. End of the story. I never imagined I could see cases like that of Don Vicente, 4 children, a family plot, income way limited, and pests and diseases and drought and flooding and cost took him to the point of basically abandoning the plot. And similar cases occur more than 4 million times in Mexico. And since we have 4.6 million million productive units, of which 85% are small farmers, almost 4 million are very small growers. In Mexico, the technological adoption rate basically barely reaches 30%, whereas in the United States it is almost 3 times more. And this is represented in low productivity 3.8 tons per hectare, whereas the US it is almost basically twice as much. The consequences of this technological delay, we are less productive. More than 30% is low productivity, an increasing production costs, a waste of water resources, more than 50%, and post-harvest losses of more than 20%. In Mexico, we depend very much on 50% of imports. We are not, we cannot supply the market ourselves, and this is worse year on year, and more farmers are leaving the field. My name is Daniel Torres, and we have created a sustainable solution, GAPI, Grow Any Plant Yourself, GAPI. GAPI is an ecosystem for the field based on artificial intelligence to produce the best food quality, free of pesticides year-round, saving a large amount of water and nutrients. And in the end, this helps the producers to radically change their lifestyles and have access to technologies that to date are only available for larger producers. In the group of partners, we have Dario, outstanding co-founder. He has worked with Microsoft. Then I started at the age of 17 working for Microsoft. Then I developed my startup, and I have developed more than technological startups, and I love technology. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on media. We have specialists in each area of interest, hoping to take GAPI to success. We are basically registering some trademarks, and we want to not only increase productivity and reduce costs, we want to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN, and we want to measure our impact. With GAPI, you can carry control of your crops in your hand. Forget about this limited time. You can carry assistance in real time throughout the entire process. Our business model consists of 3 solutions. GAPI app, our free of charge app, which allows us to have a tool that does not depend on hardware. And you can query with satellite data, climate data in real time, and evapotranspiration monitor to make best decisions at the time of irrigation, and satellite imagery. We have artificial intelligence, and we have real-time notices through WhatsApp and other tools like task management, graphic analyses, different crops, etc. As part of the hardware solutions we have developed, we have monitoring solutions through artificial intelligence with moving cameras, sensors, weather stations to measure all the environment and soil conditions and water content in the soil, as well as in the irrigation systems or hydroponic systems. All of this fed through our solar energy batteries and connected to wireless, long-range, mobile, and satellite systems. In the control and automation layer, we have controllers for all devices in a greenhouse or in a planted area. We have a nutrition control system to ensure the best utilization of mixes, a dashboard, fully intuitive, easily ready to use, and we can create any type of rules and many other functionalities that are compatible with hundreds of devices and sensors. We have systems for homes, but at this time we are focusing only on industrial plantations. We hope that hopefully people can grow their own crops at any point in time. Well, protected tomato in Sinaloa, we have shown savings of 50% in water, increase of productivity 20%, and this is documented in several publications with the Autonomous University of Sinaloa, a smart greenhouse for research in Mexico City, saving 95% water usage, And through our algorithms of savings up to 60% in power use. In Zampopa, in microtunnels, strawberries, saving 50% of water, increasing production in 30%, ensuring a return on investment in less than 3 months. In the production of animal protein and grasshopper farms, we have reduced waste and we have guaranteed our product. We have worked on acceleration processes. We have the fortune of participating in different activities in Mexico. We have participated in different publications. We have been invited to participate in different media. We have an academia. We work with technology, agriculture, and sustainability. As part of our key partners, we have the private sector, the public sector, researchers, and world-class partners. We are working with FIDA in Michoacán, a technological showcase to invite producers in the area so that through FIDA they can offer plans to cover up to 70% of the technology costs thanks to FIDA credit. And with Hanwha and NVIDIA, a computerized vision project that we are receiving a lot of support from to overcome a series of issues, to set up the hardware, reducing this to the minimal through thermographic cameras, multispectral cameras. So thank you very much. I invite you to join our tool through 3.gapi.io.
Muchísimas gracias,
Well,
Darío.
thank you very much,
Tenemos unos
Darío.
breves minutos
We
para
have
preguntas.
a few minutes for a Q&A session.
Buenas, gracias. Tal vez es que lo vi con Juan Manuel y Darío, pero también, bueno, creo que
So we have,
podría explicar, pero
maybe you can
estuvieron
explain
hablando
this, but you
sobre
were
agentes
talking
IA.
about AI
Quisiera ver cómo han
agents.
atacado el
I
problema de
would
las
like to know
alucinaciones en cuanto a los inteligencia
how you have
artificial
dealt
y el
with
peligro que esto también representa
the
para un productor en el
hallucinations
cual
and the
tratando de estar
problems that
dando la
this might
respuesta
pose to a
correcta
former
empieza a
producer
pues sí,
who in
alucinar o
trying to
mentir y
give the
eso
right answer, it
podría
starts
convertirse en un
hallucinating
riesgo
or
para los
lying, and that
productores
might become a
pensando de
risk
que
for
pues
producers
de que
because
van a ser muy buenos
they
cuando tal
they
vez
are
no es
trusting
eso.
maybe they're going to be
O
really
si bien la
good,
herramienta
but it might not be
es
that might not be the
puede
case.
decir no tengo la
And maybe the
información
tool
para
might say
dártela
that I don't have the
o
information to
bueno, pues
provide
sí,
it to
cómo
you.
resolvieron ese
And how
problema.
did you solve that problem?
Bien, yo te respondo por
Let
el
me
lado
answer
nuestro
that
de un
question
punto más
from our
conceptual,
end
porque no soy
in a more
especialista
conceptual
en el
manner.
tema.
I'm specialist in the topic.
Nosotros, como le mostraba,
We, as I
tenemos
was
ese
showing
motor de
you,
ciencia de datos
we
con el
have
cual
that
achicamos bastante
data science
el margen de
engine,
error,
and with that
aportándole
we
información y
reduce
contexto
the
nuestro que
margin
ya
of
venimos
error by
trabajando y ya
giving
validado,
everything that we
¿sí?
have created beforehand.
Obviamente puede haber instancias de
Obviously, there
error,
may be
¿sí?
an error at any
Pero bueno,
point,
lo que estamos haciendo es
but
trabajar en los
what
prompts
we're
que
doing is
nosotros
trying to
ya
work on the
por
prompts
vertical que le estamos poniendo, achicar,
that
pues tratar del
reduce
contexto
and
de
so
dónde buscar la
reduce error
información
and makes it
y bueno, y se va
make sure
iterando y se va
that looks for the
probando
information in the
esto y se
right
va validando
places,
para
and we
tratar de mejorar. Obviamente
validate
hay
those
capas,
prompts.
probabilidades de
Obviously,
error,
there are
pero
chances for an error,
no es nada grave,
but it's
por lo
nothing
menos en la
serious,
experiencia hasta
at
ahora.
least in our experience so far. Well, I can also tell you a little bit more technical. We use different techniques. In this case, there's a technique that is called RAC. We use embeddings, we use vector networks, so that all the information that the user already has, its recipes, its soil analysis, everything can be uploaded, and through light models, we can use this person's information to provide answers. And if they do not have the information of the user, we use scientific papers and research from universities of the region. And the models understand clearly that they cannot use information that is not coming from there. We have different layers for post-processing that delivers the first result, and there are agents that validate the information, making sure there are no hallucination and that it is true. Otherwise, they do the entire process again until they can certify it, and then the answer is given to the user.
Em nosso caso, a inteligência
In
artificial,
our
ela entra
case,
como uma ferramenta de
artificial
apuração dos dados
intelligence
para nós. Então, nós temos
is a
150 técnicos
tool
hoje a
to
campo
perfect
que
data.
visitam
So
todas
we
as
have
áreas
people
que
in the
são
field who go
monitoradas a cada
visit the
15
areas
dias.
and
Então, os nossos
monitor the
algoritmos, eles
areas
tentam
every 2 weeks.
prever
So
o que
our
pode acontecer
algorithms
baseado na
try
cultura,
to
no solo, na
foresee
interação,
things
né?
based
Planta,
on what
atmosfera,
they have, the information
equipamento,
they have at the
solo.
soil, on the
E
crop, the
a IA,
plant,
ela entra,
the
né,
atmosphere,
no input
and
que os
the
técnicos
artificial
dizem que
intelligence comes
um
in
solo novo que eu
using
estou
the
atendendo no
input that the
Pará, por
clinicians say
exemplo,
that they
está tendo
say
uma
that there's a
alucinação. Está
soil that
diferente a
we're
umidade
caring
do meu
for in Pará,
sistema
for example, that
em
has
relação à
so and
umidade
so
real que o técnico
characteristics
está
of
vendo. A gente
humidity
imputa isso e a
with
IA
regards
aprende com aquele erro,
to this
o próprio erro do
point.
algoritmo.
And then we
Isso
have
vai
the
ficando
input
mais
from the
refinado no outro ano.
artificial
Provavelmente
intelligence.
não
We learn
teremos essa
from the
alucinação para o solo
mistake
do
made
Pará.
by the
Então,
algorithm
a gente
and
usa
we
nesse sentido
fine tune
dentro
it.
da Icro para refinar com análise
So we
supervisionada
make sure
o que
that
pode
it's
ser
going
entregue
to
para o
work
cliente final,
well
né? Então,
and in the
acaba sendo
soil
os
of
nossos
Pará, and that's
consultores
how we're
o
going to deliver it
validador
to the final
ali do que está acontecendo.
user. So our consultant is the one who validates errors.
Había otra pregunta por acá.
There was another question over here.
Sí.
Yes.
Voy a intentar en español.
Let me try
Lo
to
siento.
ask in Spanish. I'm sorry.
Una pregunta para Juan.
A question for Juan Manuel.
Estoy muy interesado
I'm very
a las
interested
previsiones, estimaciones de
in your
rendimiento.
estimates of performance.
Cuando era joven,
When
el método era
I was home,
costoso,
when I was
costaba
young,
mucho
the method was
cortar,
quite costly.
Teníamos que cortar el
We had to
producto,
cut the product
utilizar técnicas
and use
estadísticas.
statistical
Ahora
techniques. Now we have satellite data, we have models, we have artificial intelligence, but it is very important to understand the quality of the prediction. So I have a ton of questions. The first is, which are the crops that you forecast? What satellite data do you use? What models do you use? What is the role of artificial intelligence? When does it come in? And what is the accuracy of these predictions? Thank you.
Bien.
Or estimates.
De nuevo, no
Very
soy
well. Again,
experto en esto,
I'm
pero
not
sí
an
que
expert in this,
conceptualmente.
but at least from the
Nosotros trabajamos
conceptual
solamente
standpoint, I can
cultivos
tell you that we
extensivos,
only
sí, ese
work
es el
with
core nuestro,
extensive
en
crops.
el
That's our
tema de
core.
predicción
In
de
terms of the
rendimientos,
prediction of
lo
yield,
estamos haciendo maíz, trigo y
we are
soja.
doing this in corn,
Y
wheat,
cómo lo
and
calcula,
soy.
en realidad no
And how
dependemos
does
de
it
la IA
calculate
en
it? We
sí,
don't
digamos,
depend
como
on
chat puede alucinar,
AI,
puede
like
decir
chat
cualquier
that
cosa,
can
sino que tenemos
hallucinate and predict
algoritmos
anything. No,
propios que
we
hemos
have our
desarrollado y
own
entrenado con el motor de ciencia de datos
algorithms that
Roberto
we
Vivaldi.
have
La
trained with
diferencia o el
our
potencial
data
de la
science
data está
engine.
ahí, digamos, ya veníamos
So
trabajando
we
con esto,
have
ese
already
dato ya lo
been working. We
teníamos
already
desde
had the
antes, porque
data
la IA lo
from
que hace
before.
es hacer
Today,
una
what
pregunta y
AI
después ese
does
dato
is
más
goes
contexto
look
de
for
otras
that information
informaciones que
and
le damos
within the context that
para
we give
responder esa
to it
respuesta.
to be able to answer the question.
No me acuerdo qué más era.
I don't remember what other questions you asked. The satellite images.
Bueno, los algoritmos
Yes,
según
so
la
the
empresa,
algorithms or the algorithm that we train,
obviamente con imágenes
obviously
satelitales,
with
biomasa,
satellite
entre otros,
images of biomass,
datos
among
climáticos,
others,
y lo hemos entrenado
climate
con
data,
monitores
and we
de
have trained
cosecha,
them with crop
mapas, digamos,
monitors and
máquina,
maps,
y eso es lo que hizo que
and
tengamos un
that is what
algo
helps us to
robusto
have a
que
very
tiene un
robust
error de
algorithm
menos de
that
100
has
kilos.
a error margin of less than 100 kilos.
Ah, perdón,
And
y lo estamos pudiendo predecir
we
entre
can
60 y
predict this
90
between
días antes de
60
la
and
cosecha.
90 days before the crop,
Muchísimas
before
gracias,
harvest.
Juan Manuel, por la respuesta y anteriormente Darío y
And
Daniel.
thank you for your
No
answers.
hemos quedado sin
Darío and
tiempo.
Daniel, we ran out of time.
No sé si habrá alguna
I don't
muy
know
breve,
if you have a
pero
very,
muy breve, si no,
very brief
continuamos. Yo tengo una
intervention.
breve.
I have a really brief one.
Sí, solamente
Yes.
felicitarlos
I
porque
just
bueno, se ve
wanted to
todo el
congratulate
esfuerzo
you
y la
because
experiencia
we
que
can
íbamos
see
hablando
the
a lo largo de los años.
experience
Mi
and all
nombre es
the
César
efforts throughout the
Urrutia,
years. My
director de
name is Cesar
PSG. Mi
Urrutia,
pregunta es
director of
puntual.
PSG, and
Veo que
I
hay
have a
muchos
specific question. I
usuarios.
see that there
¿Cuál
are
sería
many
el ticket
users. What would
promedio
be the
y si
average
ustedes ya
ticket?
están en
And are you
profitability?
already
Ya
in
pasaron el break-even
profitability?
point.
Are
¿Qué tan
you beyond the
sostenible
break-even
ya es
point?
la
How
empresa?
sustainable is your company now?
Bueno, en nuestro caso,
Well, in our
el ticket
case,
promedio
the average
en el
ticket
monitoreo
for monitoring is $1,500. The average ticket for control is $20,000. Right now, we're still not profitable. We are looking for more traction, but we have a good runway of over 18 months, and that is going to help us get all the sales to achieve the figures, and hopefully that's going to be for the beginning of next year. Thank you. Thank you. In our cases, since it's a consultancy, a service, we have a large team of people. We work in training the personnel and human capital that works with the algorithms. So we are digitalizing service more and more. In European countries, we help them remotely with very few on-site visits. And so we have an average of $3,000 a year per exploitation per farm, and we want to reduce the number of visits and improve the algorithms so we can improve our business margin and escalate the business. In our case, the focus is aimed at companies that are suppliers of the agricultural sector that already have their customer portfolio, and we have a base ticket that goes from 1 ticket to up to 25,000 hectares. That is around $1,250 a month. It's quite cheap, and we are working with organic growth already. So we are sustainable already. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Daniel, Darío, Juan Manuel. Thank you very much for your presentations. I want to ask you for a big round of applause for them because they've been very good.
Bueno, sé que estamos ya todos y todas bastante cansados.
I know that we are all pretty tired, but we're going to ask you for a very last effort because we believe what comes now is quite relevant. We're going to try to look at the days of digital agriculture and the ones we have been carrying out throughout this year and the ones coming up in the future. The idea is to look at the territories because we're in a regional place. We have representatives from over 20 countries, and that's why in the end we want to open some time where you can talk about different realities, and that is also going to be key. So let's follow the panel so that we can then have a very rich exchange later on. We will be participating with Maria Sebres. She is the Deputy Chief of Staff, and she has a master's in social investment with more than 21 years of experience at ICA, where she's been specialist in rural development and project management. She has also directed regional programs, multi-country and regional, on renewable energy, sustainable forestry management, and innovation, among others. She's been a representative in Peru, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and today she is the Deputy Chief of Staff at ICA. So she's going to give the introduction. Nobody better than the Chief of Staff, who coordinates all offices, to do this, and then we will talk to the countries that we have present here on site and online. So thank you very much, Carlos. Good afternoon. This is a moment that is going to be quite enriching because we have many representations from different countries, and basically we're going to present what they have done during the Digital Agriculture Week. So I've been asked to give some introductory words to this panel just to give you a context of what has been done in the region. In the case of the Americas and the Caribbean, it shows quite diversity in its digital innovation systems in the agri-food realm. This allows to identify adapted solutions to each national reality and visualize the challenges of digital transformation in agriculture. The Days of Digital Agriculture, carried out in 14 countries and one region, included Canada, Peru, Guatemala, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia have been unique spaces for dialogue, the exchange and articulation of the main players of digitalization in the agri-food systems or sector. This has helped us see how digitalization has different maturity levels in the national ecosystems and responding to the different demands of the territories. In the case of Canada and Brazil, we can highlight the support of good practices and cases of success, and they are a regional model. Argentina, for example, has prioritized challenges such as the management of water resource, showing that digitalization can be a tool to solve problems that are critical. And countries such as Guatemala has bet on strengthening social articulation, gathering multiple players with interest in digitalization to improve its development. The methodology of the Days of Digital Agriculture allows us to look at the national needs and territorial needs and connect local experiences with common challenges at the hemispheric level. ICA has consolidated itself as a key player for that, as a facilitator, integrator, and promoter of the digital innovation agenda. It has promoted this not only as an objective, but also as a reality under development, transferring information from the hemispheric level to the national level and vice versa, supporting countries in their pathway towards a more inclusive digitalization. These gatherings have helped the transfer of solutions, identification of barriers and local demands, and the development of proposals for action and specific solutions. In this panel that is integrated by 14 countries, countries will share their learnings and challenges, most important ones, derived from the Days of Digital Agriculture, allowing them to know in real time the status, the advancements, the gaps, and the areas where the regional articulation can trigger greater transformations. The space given by the Digital Agriculture Week in its fourth edition goes beyond diagnosis. It is a hemispheric forum aimed at generating proposals, exchange perspectives, and commit the different players to work together as the digital transformation of agriculture. The Americas is showing that despite its diversity, it can build a common vision that is transformative and adding different efforts and experiences where digital transformation is a real opportunity for all producers and players. The introduction of digital technologies such as sensors, AI, big data, IoT, and collaborative platforms has become the catalyzer of a more efficient agriculture, competitive and resilient. But this process is only sustainable if no one is left behind or out. So now I'm going to give the floor to Carlos so he can present each of the panel members who will be introducing or telling us about their experiences. And this conversation will be quite enriching, and hopefully you'll be able to ask questions and make comments to be able to enrich this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, María.
Well, thank you very much, Maria, for your introductory questions. With this, we're gonna be calling each country that have already had the Digital Agriculture Days. In this image, we see some of the countries that have been confirmed but still pending. We have 14 countries, as Maria was saying, in one region. We're going to go one by one, introducing the representatives that are both here on site and online. As you can see, we have changed the dynamics a little bit because not all of us could fit in the main table. But I would ask you to please introduce yourselves when you're going to speak and then make your presentation. So let's begin with Mario from Argentina, who is the technical specialist representing Argentina. So thank you, Carlos. Thank you to the entire digitalization team at ICA. I'm Mario Anastasio, part of the technical team of the ICA's representation in Argentina, and we're going to make the presentation of the Digital Agriculture Day together with the representative from INTA, Mr. Calderon. In the case of Argentina and the Digital Agriculture Day, we added to the title the intelligent management of water and regional productions. And from the title itself, this space was an invitation for reflection and dialogue focused on these matters because the efficient water management is key for the Cusco Patagonia region where this event was held. The organization wouldn't have been possible without the support and the work by INTA from the ACTE program and the new incubators and innovation of Cusco and Patagonia that participated very actively and supported the organization. We also had the support of other departments such as IDB, Procesur, Ageninta, and the municipality of San Genin, the province of Mendoza, where the event was held. The effort of all these players and partners made it possible for 170 people on site were able to ponder upon the possibilities of digitalization with regards to the water resource management. And this is very important also to keep in mind. Within that universe of people, we also had the participation of institutions and the activists and the producers in terms of the level of development of the ecosystem. As mentioned throughout the different presentations, that is something that is quite wide in Argentina, with a large number of players and a great potential for growth, but also facing many challenges in terms of technology adoption. And in order to talk about the challenges, I'm going to give the floor to Facundo so he can tell us about what the different players mentioned. Mario, I would like to reiterate the thanks to all our strategic partners and to this organization, and particularly to INTA Junín team that I belong to, which was basic for the organization. Some of the challenges and barriers mentioned was the economic stability, as you probably know, and lack of financing that limits access and growth of this tech ecosystem, particularly for this intelligent management of water that is so important in the area where we carried out this event. Producers are facing that complexity that has been mentioned time and time again in these days. What technology should I get? Is it going to work? Is it adequate for my type of production? And they also want to know, get simple technologies, constant support, not only the sale and the purchase of the device or the service, but to be accompanied throughout the production cycle and to know in which stages of the production or the chain. They can include technology, for example, for water management or for any other type of moment within the production cycle. That was mentioned throughout the day, and there was a very good logic within the event to go from the problems to the solutions, looking at the startups and not only the producers, or from the perspective of startups and producers. And it's good that they also participated in these activities, because they might think they don't have the financing, but they can see that with small changes they can attain some great goals and solve some specific problems and be able to grow productivity in this type of crops. There was much articulation between institutions, ICA and INTA, and other strategic partners that participated in the Digital Agriculture Day, and this gives a chance to be the start of this type of events, and hopefully we will be able to continue with this type of interaction among the different players of the territory and add them to a round table where nobody has the absolute truth, but each can provide its own perspective, present their own problems, and try to look for a solution and try to scale it up so that it's a virtuous circle and not a vicious circle. So there were many different players in the Cuyo region who got involved, and hopefully it can be also escalated to the national level. Those are our conclusions. Okay, thank you very much to Facundo Amario. An applause for Argentina and its representatives. Now we are going to move on to the case of Brazil. For Brazil, Edwin Prado, technical specialist of the representation, and Victor Mondo from Embrapa. So please go ahead. Well, thank you, Carlos, and Maria, and the entire team at ICAF. And the Day of Digital Agriculture in Brazil was done in Embrapa and Digital Agriculture, and this was a landmark not only for ICA but also for Embrapa. With the support of Prosisur, they have 100 people present and many virtual, representing 80 governmental institutions from the academia, international organizations, investment funds. And so this event was an opportunity to have a dialogue on the landscape of digitalization of agriculture in Brazil, and also the ecosystem for innovation supporting in the generation of digital technologies, and how it can be escalated in this context, and also the different connections for investments, innovation in different developed initiatives. According to the Embrapa's mapping, in Brazil, we have about 1,972 AgTechs. And this year, we had about 18 AgTechs trying to be selected on the Digital Agriculture Day. And I believe that this event was a good stimulus to increase participation and visibility. And the interaction with the startups that were selected was a landmark to present the solutions that are mature and that are available not only for Brazil, but also for the world. And what's true is that this day was not enough to deal with so many topics, but it was good enough for us to realize that we would need more digital agriculture days to look at the needs, solutions, ideas. And so I would like to congratulate the Technical Cooperation Directorate and the Digitalization Program. And I have the request of our country for more digital agriculture days to take place, and for us to be able to enhance the visibility of the solutions from Brazil and from other countries who have many other solutions from the Americas for the world. And now I'm going to give the floor to my colleague Victor, who is going to share with you about this innovation ecosystem and what we will be doing from the standpoint of the Digital Agriculture Day.
Gracias, Edwin. Buenas tardes. Soy Víctor
Thank you.
Mondo.
I'm Victor Mondo. I'm the supervisor of Embrapa's innovation system, and I'm going to share more information on the innovation system in Brazil. He already mentioned about the mapping that we use in Brazil. It has to do with agritech, which is something very important because we were able to understand what is the maturity of the system in Brazil. We have done this since 2019, and that number that Edwin gave you is very important because we understand that we are coming to a more mature stage at this point because the certainty of in the areas that were mapped for 2023, 24 were only 19 agtechs. Was to show the maturity of the system is that we mapped also the innovation landscape created in Brazil. And they are being better distributed in different regions of Brazil. And they're not only concentrated only in the southeastern part, which was the main one before. Now they're better distributed in the central east and northeast, southeast. So it is very important to show this maturity. And one last number is that we came to a point where we finally have the number of digital solutions is greater for the operations within the property, not outside the property. So until 2023, in the last mapping, the solutions during trade were more relevant. So that means that we're more mature in this agricultural chain, which is so hard to work with. Another point that I consider to be important to share is that the representative categories in Brazilian agriculture for digital solutions are usually for property management, integrated platforms that grew a lot in the past few years, drones, machines, equipment, credit and insurance, and the trade of agricultural inputs and products. The category that grew the most during the last mapping was the one for credit and agricultural insurance and education and content. So it is interesting also to see the work by the Aterma Digital that Edwin is involved with and that was presented yesterday here during the event, and also a connection with that fact that not only digital solutions are being worked by startups, but also to support public policies, to support others, the monitoring of the stations, everything that has to do with agricultural zoning and climate risk, decarbonization of agricultural chains. So we have some greater maturity in the ecosystem. And we have also a number of challenges like how to integrate better the solutions, the players, both private and public. This is a good connection with the Digital Agriculture Day. It is an opportunity for integration that is really good, not only in Brazil, but also the possibility to connect Brazil with the other Latin American and Caribbean countries.
Muchas gracias, Edwin y Víctor.
Thank you very much, Edwin and Victor, for presenting the results from Brazil. Very thorough. Now we move to the case of Canada. Vivian Arguelles. Vivian Arguelles is a technical expert of the Canadian delegation, and she has joined us virtually. Vivian, can you hear us?
Hola, Carlos.
Hello, Carlos. Yes, I can hear you very well. Okay, we can hear you well too. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here for the Week of Digital Agriculture, a very important initiative here at the Institute. I am Vivian Arguello, as from ICA Canada, as Carlos said, and I will talk about the findings of the Days of Digital Agriculture held in Canada on last July 9th. During the event, we had the participation of different stakeholders of the Canadian ecosystem, including the Canadian network. This is a Canadian network that funds AgTechs and also supports network premises in Canada to validate and demonstrate technology and share data. We also had the support of Cataliti, a Canadian business sector company that gave us information on production management, health, etc. Also, Vivid Machine, a Canadian startup that uses sensors and spectral data. And with this, they measure in the field, fruit size, and things like that to forecast sizes and production and yield. These two startups are also headed by women, by the way, a sector where we do not see that many female representatives, but they were there with us. From Latin America, specifically from Argentina, there was a distributor of Canadian technologies in agriculture who shared his experience implementing these technologies and explaining the support they offer in Latin America. And the Dimitra company that offer management and traceability platform integrating data satellite data and artificial intelligence. Our reading of what the AgTech system is like in Canada is that it's quite well developed. We have multiple startups, we have funds and accelerators, and the network of smart farms linked to universities, and significant coordination between the private and public sector. However, the adoption of these technologies continues to be very uneven. And in the discussion we had with the actors, with all the participants, we identified three challenges as well as three ways to address this. The first challenge is return on investment and risk management related to decision making. Growers will not change their processes, and the economic benefit is not clearly proven. So what has worked with companies that shared or businesses that shared their experiences, the use of pilots with key performance indicators as are the avoided cost, productivity, animal health, and work time. This to avoid losses of time and funds and justify why adopt something like this. The second challenge identified was interoperability and fragmentation and software fatigue. They basically producers avoid using apps that do not cooperate among themselves. They have to determine what data to capture for what for. Everything should be integrated on one dashboard so that they do not have to go look for the same information through different tools. And the third challenge identified was support and upscaling. If there is no local support, well, if there is no training in the territory, well, there will be no adoption. The solutions require collaboration with local distributors to support training and close cooperation. I should not go without mentioning how the traceability and sustainability tracking, basically the EU regulations of due digit are pushing a digitalization throughout the entire chain. With beef products, for example, coffee, cocoa, soy, palm, etc., to comply with due diligence. So we at ICA Canada will continue to articulate with actors fostering spaces to capitalize on this and other experiences. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Vivian, y
Thank you,
gracias por traer
Vivian,
la
and
experiencia
thank
de
you for
Canadá con
sharing
el agricultura
Canada's
digital.
experience in the days of
Vamos
digital
con el siguiente
agriculture.
país,
The
en
next
este caso
country
región andina,
is the Andean
Colombia,
region,
representado por
Colombia,
Paula Hoffman de la
represented by
representación
Paula
de
Hoffman
Colombia. Adelante,
from
Paula.
the Colombian delegation. Go ahead, Paula. Thank you, Carlos. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paula Hoffman. I am part of the Rural Development and Family Agriculture Division of ICA Colombia. I would like to first of all thank the organizing team of this event. These have been busy days, yes, but no doubt. We have seen many opportunities to exchange knowledge, and I thank you for opening up this opportunity for the different countries to work on this day of digital agriculture. You will see a QR code in my presentation that you can scan, and then you can see a video we've developed of our delegation so that we can add a face to all these people that were part of this day. Allow me to begin by mentioning the main barriers that come to mind when we talk about digitalization. Normally, they have to do with cost and connectivity, obviously, but in our experience in Colombia, we have realized there something much more, not just related to technology, and that is the distance between this promise of innovation from the daily activities of our producers. So I would like us, for example, to think of what meaning land has for each and every one of us. That land meaning will depend significantly on our relationship with the land itself, our history, not only ours, but also of our families, and which is quite unique. For more than 50 years, land has been the scenario of a deep conflict, but has also been a symbol of our struggle and witness of great resilience of our farmers and producers. This day of digital agriculture was designed precisely for them, thinking of them, our peasants and farmers and families. So there was this concern. How do we introduce this promise of a 4.0 agriculture for those people that, as for decades, have been thinking of a peace or their plot? So we needed to give a response. And this is not just solved through an algorithm. No, we needed to approach them at a more interactive level. So that is why, in partnership with the public and academic and private sector, with AgroSavia and UPRA, the Rural Agricultural Planning Unit. Yes. AgroSavia, UPRA, on the other hand, basically the Colombian Chamber of Commerce, we had to listen to AgTechs and the Technological University of Pereira. We tried to break down those barriers that we usually see in a classroom. So we wanted to sit all actors around one same table. The objective was precisely to bring digital agriculture closer to the family farmers. That was how, for example, precision irrigation ceased to be one more slide and instead became something they could see, they could interact with, and particularly this was a space where farmers had the opportunity to ask how to replicate this in their own reality. The result of this day was not just technological, let me say that. It was just the creation of an ecosystem of trust and collaboration, especially. There were dialogue, direct dialogue, and horizontal dialogue that we hope can continue to reach agreements and hopefully replicate this initiative at a national level. Clearly, in the agriculture digitalization process, we need to humanize technology and thus build bridges to close those gaps that we have been talking about so much. We are fully convinced that this is one of the paths for rural development that is truly inclusive and sustainable over time. And to end my comments, I would like to share that one of the most important steps generated from this first day of digital agriculture in Colombia was the creation of a working group on digital agriculture in Colombia, interinstitutional, and it not only brings together the actors that were part of that first day, but also all key sectors to work permanently on a roadmap for the country. So we are going from one event to a national strategy, very well articulated to upscale these solutions that arise basically from actual needs from the territory and thus build truly digital agro, especially inclusive. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Paula.
Thank you very much, Paula. Very good approach you gave to the digital day of digital agriculture in Colombia. Now we will move to the case of Paraguay. In this case, we have Hugo Carrillo from the Paraguayan Agrarian Technology Institute. Go ahead, Hugo. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank ICA for the opportunity to celebrate this day of digital agriculture. We were working with the entire team of ICA in the Paraguay delegation. By the way, that was excellent. Hugo Carrillo is my name. We are working closely with the Procisur ecosystem. The Day of Digital Agriculture was held at a research center, very well known in Paraguay, the Fernando Bertoni Research Institute in the city of Cacupe. We held it there to share that message that INTA is open to digitalization and that we want to be an articulating part of the ecosystem and that we want to help in whatever is possible, helping academia, the entrepreneurs and businesses. So that was the message we shared. Why? Because in Paraguay, development is incipient. Basically, AgTech is something very incipient, just starting. We very well know there's significant talent in Uruguay. There are many startups, but basically they focus on other types of activities within digital agriculture. There are very few, though. And we are aware that Paraguay is a country where the population is very quite young with significant talent and great quality. So we know we will be able to develop a strong ecosystem where all actors can give the best of ourselves and give tools to the smaller growers. One of the main barriers we have come across, as I said, is that there were few companies and few startups available, unfortunately. As to concrete actions, to work on in the future, well, we need to strengthen co-creation and collaboration networks to allow us to encourage the adoption of digital technologies in the rural areas. Something else that arose from the discussion table at the end of the day is that all those present at that day from different businesses and companies, and there was a venture capital representative as well as academia. And in the panel, they said that the holding of digital agriculture days are a foundation to develop a sound dynamic ecosystem where different actors can get to know each other, interact and work together. So we are also available for next year to celebrate once again the Day of Digital Agriculture. In this sense, we are already starting our wish list in our Procisur network to consolidate that. So we hope that next year is even better than this one. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Hugo,
Thank you, Hugo, for sharing your experience.
También disculpas porque me
I
salté a
apologize
Guatemala
because
por el
I
orden
skipped
alfabético que no se me
Guatemala.
había establecido.
I
Así
developed
que
this
disculpas a
alphabetical order, so I
Fernando Conde, que
apologize to
nos
Fernando,
acompaña
who
virtualmente
is with us
y
virtually,
que ahora nos va a venir a hablar
and
del Día de la
will
Agricultura
now talk
Digital
about
de
the Day of
Guatemala.
Digital
Adelante,
Agriculture
Fernando.
in Guatemala. Go ahead, Fernando.
Gracias, muy buenas tardes. Es un gusto
Thank you. Good
saludarlos.
afternoon. It is a pleasure to greet
Gusto
you.
ver a doña María por ahí
It is a
también, y
pleasure to
Carlos,
see
y
Doña
a
Maria
todos
there and
presentes también.
Carlos
Un
and
gran
all
saludo.
those present here.
Bueno, contarles un
Greetings.
poquito la
Let me
agricultura
tell you a bit
digital. El Día de la Agricultura
about
Digital en
the
Guatemala se
Day of
realizó
Digital
el
Agriculture
12
in
de agosto.
Guatemala.
Fue
That
un
was
reto
done August 12th.
realizar
It was a
acá.
big
Logramos
challenge
la
here.
vinculación directa con
We
organizaciones
were in
como el
direct
Ministerio de
contact with
Agricultura y
organizations
la
like the Ministry of
Interacción de
Agriculture
CIAT y Biodiversity, que
and
eran las socios principales en
SIAT
el
and
proceso de
Biodiversity
ecosistema agrodigital,
to
y
bring
bajo
them
esa
into
línea
the
se logró establecer
agrodigital
y convocar
ecosystem,
para
and
esta
we
actividad.
brought
Logramos
them
tener
into
más
this
de 100
activity. There
participantes
were more
como
than
tal de
100
diferentes
participants from different
instituciones, autoridades
institutions,
gubernamentales,
government
cooperativas, sector
authorities,
académico, sector
cooperatives,
privado, productivo, así
academia,
como
the
también
productive
muchos
private sector,
participantes de
as well as
diferentes
many
startups,
participants from
que
different
pudieron
startups
visibilizar todas las diferentes
that wanted to
experiencias,
see the
alinear
different
agendas y poder
experiences,
fortalecer
align
alianzas
agendas, and
público-privadas.
strengthen
La orientación
public-private
principal del
partnerships.
Día de la Agricultura
Basically, the Day of
Digital fue
Agriculture, the
principalmente
Day of
poder
Digital
conocer y
Agriculture
vincular esas
was
experiencias que se
aimed
están
at linking
desarrollando
all those
en
experiences
diferentes
that are taking
espacios o
place
etapas.
in
Y para
different
esto, pues, se
phases.
desarrollaron
And for
varios
this,
paneles
there were several
comunicación entre los
communication
involucrados de la
panels
parte de la
among those
agricultura digital en
involved in
Guatemala, los
digital
avances y
agriculture in
desafíos, con
Guatemala
el tema
to
de
talk about
asistencia técnica y extensión
challenges and
rural,
technical
BIFACAP, y los
assistance, rural
ecosistemas de innovación
extension,
rural.
and rural
Asimismo, en otro
innovation,
panel
the
se abordó toda la parte de
ecosystems. Another panel
proyección, drones y
covered
transformación digital
basically
en el
remote
territorio.
sensing,
Y por último,
drones,
un panel sobre
and
la trazabilidad
artificial intelligence,
agroalimentaria
and
y
a
las diferentes
panel
herramientas digitales que
on
pudieron
digital
vincularse.
tools.
Nos han pedido que podamos
We have
indicar
been
cuál es el
asked
estado
to
actual de la
talk about the
agricultura
current status
digital
of
en
digital
Guatemala. Sin embargo,
agriculture in
dentro de las
Guatemala. However,
indicaciones acá estamos en un punto
basically,
medio entre lo
we are
que es
at
el
a middle
ecosistema
point
en vías de
between
desarrollo y un
the
ecosistema
developing
directamente
ecosystem and a
desarrollado.
system that
Y
could be
esto al final
developed
nos inclinamos un poco más
or
por el tema
developed
del
in
ecosistema desarrollado,
ecosystem.
porque si bien ya
Basically, we
existen
focus on the developed
varias
ecosystem,
startups,
although
todavía
there
está
are
muy
many
bajo la
startups.
incorporación, porque
There's
principalmente estas
they are
están
not acting very
abordándose
much. Many
principalmente
these
en
are
segmentos de
being
productores que son
we
bastante
are with
tecnificados. Aún parte de los
technified
retos que
instruments,
identificamos
and some of the
como parte
challenges we
de
have
este
identified
proceso
as
o este
part of
día
this
es
process or of this
el
day
llegar directamente
is
a
that we need to
todos los
reach
sectores.
directly all
Por ahí
sectors.
se menciona directamente la parte
So,
de las barreras, que es la
and
brecha
we talk
digital
about
que la
barriers, the
conectividad y
digital gap
capacidades y el
in
proceso directamente de
connectivity and
escalamiento.
capacity, and the
Este
upscaling
descubrimiento
process
directo para poder
itself
desarrollar pilotos y que
in
puedan
order
llegar
to develop
directamente a
pilot
los diferentes
projects
productores.
and
Y un
reach
reto
the
principal
different
también que
producers.
vimos
And another
directamente en
big
lo que es el
challenge
país
we saw in
es
the
el tema de
country
poder llegar
was
directamente también en los diferentes
also
idiomas que se hablan
reach
en
them
Guatemala.
in the different
Dentro de
languages
las
spoken in Guatemala
recomendaciones
with so
pues, se
many native
identificaron acciones
populations.
concretas que
Among
van a nivel
concrete
de marco
actions and
nacional,
recommendations,
poder
well, at
trabajar
the
directamente
National
y
Bank
crear
would
el
like to
catálogo de
work
datos y
creating
metadatos que
the
estén alineados
catalog
directamente
of
con
data
lineamientos
and
de calidad de
metadata
las APIs que estén
with
abiertas, con licenciamiento,
quality
descompensación,
alignments,
configuración crítica.
open APIs,
También
licensing,
programa de extensión
protection,
digital
and the
con
digital
métricas que
extension
puedan ser
program with
contenidos
metrics that
cortos y
can
prácticos que
have
puedan llevarse
short and
directamente
practical
a los
contents that can be
productores
taken
y enfocado
directly to the
directamente a cultivos y
growers, focused
territorios como
on
tal,
crops and
y que puedan
territories as such,
distribuirse en
and
diferentes
that can
medios
be distributed
de
in
comunicación
different methods of
plataformas de
communication or
comunicación digital.
platforms
Y en
of
español y
digital
en diferentes idiomas
communication
también
in
mayas.
Spanish as
Como
well as in the
identificar los
Mayan
diferentes tableros
languages,
con
and
KPIs
identify the
de
different
usuarios y
dashboards with
proyecciones de sesiones
KPIs
asistidas, el
to
impacto, los
help
rendimientos y el ingreso
in
que puedan llegar
measuring
directamente
the
a los
impacts
productores en la utilización
and
del
share
mismo.
this
Fue algo muy
with the producers
emocionante
and
y
growers. This
participativo
was
porque
very exciting
muchas de
and
estas empresas
participatory.
no tenían
In
todavía la
many of these
comunicación y vinculación
businesses, they
directa
did not have
con
that direct
algunos integrantes
linkage
del sector
with some
gubernamental
members
y de
of the
cooperación y con el
governments
sector
and
privado y
cooperation sector. sector or the academia or private sector. So the links were very productive here to learn about the different upscaling processes through the pilots, co-finding pilots, public procurement to accelerate adoption and monitoring and traceability. Another aspect we saw as a concrete action that need to be followed up is the part of critical infrastructure, maintain and modernize geodesic networks and agri-weather stations, although there are very good efforts made in this sense, that we need additional actions down these same lines through interinstitutional agreements to increase the continuity and publication of open data available to all users, as well as the land observation services with framework agreements for global access. And we want to identify traceability standards farm to market where some of these applications or tools are being used directly and define these techniques and incentives that may be differences to price and access to market and as to public procurement that they can be focusing on that line to ensure access to SMEs and cooperatives. And technical certification is another element we were able to identify as a concrete action to monitor for to work with extensionists and producers, particularly through micro courses, hybrid modalities, and tutorships and support by linking the different AgTechs with the extension service and directly with organizations of producers, and lastly, research and development applied basically to research, working with the universities by using soil maps and remote sensing to determine irrigation and things like that, and insurance that can be based on economic evaluation indices. That basically is what we have been able to identify. And as part of this achievement, that linkage developed between producers organizations and the public sector and the companies that provide these AgTech services, we are very happy, very encouraged to hold this again next year. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Fernando.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Fernando Conde. Now we will go to a video by Fernando Sogollón in the ICA Peru delegation. He cannot join us in person, so this is a video. So could we show the video, please? Good afternoon, dear friends. From Peru, our Day of Digital Agriculture 2025 was entitled Digital Technology at the Surface of Organic, Traceable and Sustainable Production. The event was organized in coordination with the National Agricultural Health Institute, SENASA, and it brought together more than 170 participants and to talk about drones, satellite imagery, and digital platforms. We were able to certify that in Peru we have a developing ecosystem. There are different AgTechs and there's growing interest of public and private institutions to take part, but the adoption of technologies in the field is still very limited and focused on more technified segments. During the discussions, we identified two main areas: governance and interoperability of data, which requires standards, protocols, and clear guidelines to integrate satellite imagery and traceability platforms. The capacity back gap and the last mile gap basically has led to see the limitations as to connectivity and finding for large scale actions, and we defined two concrete actions in the end. Firstly, to advance to a national roadmap for digital traceability as a public-private partnership, establishing data standards, fostering interoperability, and generating a monitoring and evaluation dashboard. Secondly, implement a country program for adoption, combining training routes through phases and pilots focused on organic production in oil palm and coffee and through capacity building. In summary, the Day of Digital Agriculture in Peru showed that digital transformation is already underway, but its consolidation yet requires further institutional articulation, continuous training, and scalable pilots. The work with SENASA is a pilot, a strategic case where digitalization can become an enabler of sustainability and compliance with institutional standards. Thank you very much.
Well, we would like to thank Fernando because he was able to send us this information, if it was a recording. Now we're going to come back here again, and now we're going to give the floor to Uruguay, represented by ICA's representative from that country, and by Guadalupe Discornia from Línea Uruguay, and the representative Rodrigo Sandias. Go ahead, Rodrigo. Well, good afternoon, everyone. If speaking after lunch is hard, speaking before the cocktail is even harder. So let me take advantage that I'm the fifth or the sixth. There are many things in common that I think is good to summarize. And we would like to try to think about how to go beyond the actions that have already written and the barriers written there. Something that in the practice community was already approved as we spoke about this and that exercise. So first of all, I would like to thank the entire team of the program, all the support that we had from the headquarters, the people from the INEA, Procesur, Nexus, and those who are also part of ICA in our country. And I think that the opportunity has two main challenges. I think this helped me to assess how ICA is seen or should be seen based on what we did on the Digital Agriculture Day. So the first thing that we saw is that even though the ecosystem is quite developed, as it says there, it went through a number of stages where it had not good times. It wasn't so good. And so Guadalupe is probably going to tell you this, but INEA is a key player in changing and improving that. The second thing we saw and had to do with the modules on how to organize the day is that both the investment funds and the tools that we have at the level of public institutions and public policies don't speak to each other, and they don't speak to the startups or the companies if the companies do not come to them. And that is something that we were able to confirm as something happening in Uruguay. And then let me go to the key point. It seems to me that because of the way the ICA works, we have an excuse, quote unquote, great excuse to articulate all this. A few people talk about integration, a few people talked about fragmentation as a problem. And that's exactly what ICA can work on to eliminate and assist or even help reduce. And let me try to exemplify what I'm trying to say. We work building cooperation as an international organization. That construction oftentimes has demands from the private sector, from the public sector, and sometimes demands from both sectors at the same time. We are aimed at providing our technical assistance, develop projects that solve those problems or that strengthen or seize opportunities. And oftentimes we have to go find financing to go and do all these things. So oftentimes this requires specialized players, more specialized than the ones we have at ICA. So that's a challenge for us. That's something that I said today. And I am afraid of saying this to a certain extent, but the representations, the chief of staff, we should all have the possibility to make sure that what companies are doing in the Americas is available for all countries when developing cooperation, when trying to put together a problem with someone who has a solution. So that's how I see the role of ICA within this topic. And let me give you one example, and then I'll give the floor to Guadalupe. Today in Uruguay, we have a number of cooperation projects in rice that have been evolving. And today we are managing, together with INEA, low emissions rice. And this is going to become a project that will add some carbon credits to those producers who are reducing their emissions in rice. We are trying to see if this reduces the yield, and maybe we have to compensate it some other way. I don't remember in what edition of the week a company presented itself, a Uruguayan company that works in traceability. And because they were present there and they continue being there, we realized that we needed a technological solution that ensured traceability of the rice. And that project was postulated together with the work of other representations. We received the financing. We have INEA as a key player, and hopefully we'll have this company as the supplier of traceability that we need. And let me stop here because otherwise somebody's going to shoot me. Thank you, everybody.
Bueno, no mucho más que agregar,
There's not
simplemente
much left to say, just to highlight the reception that they had. Like, it was welcome greatly, especially attach it to the week and for each country to be able to foster from there this activity. I thought that was amazing. I wanted to thank ICA both here and there. It was a great pleasure, and Procesur as well. And we hope from INEA for this spaces to help us consolidate the system in not only digitalizing, but also adding economic, social, and environmental value. But this exchange of information from dialogue spaces and agreement opportunities among different players seem to be conducive to that. So we hope that this is one of many, and we'll continue supporting you. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, Guadalupe. The experience of Uruguay was also very good. Now we're going to move on to a wider block, because now we're going to be listening to the cases and experiences of the Eastern Caribbean states. In this case, they are represented by Michael Dalton. He's a specialist at ICADER, and he will talk to us about 6 countries in the region who had their Digital Agriculture Day, aside from a regional or sub-regional activity that they held. So, Michael, go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Carlos. You have given me a very hard task. I'm trying to represent 6 countries here, and I have a few more minutes than my colleagues would have had, I understand. But yet I'm mindful that this is the last presentation for the day. Now, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where I'm the technical specialist, is one of 6 countries within the ECS representation. So in the context of ICA, this is a unique arrangement where we have 6 countries, but 1 representation. And in each one of those countries, we have naturally an office for ICA. So in organizing for Digital Agriculture Day, we couldn't have just 1 activity, but we felt it necessary to have 6 activities, 1 for each of the countries in the ECS. And naturally, in each country, there is an imagination for something unique, something slightly different from what the others have to offer. So I'll go through these very briefly. In the case of Antigua and Barbuda, and if you're looking at the map above, Antigua and Barbuda is represented by that image on your extreme left at the top. For Antigua and Barbuda, we organized a workshop event for stakeholders focused on presentation on initiatives in the public and private sector that are currently ongoing. The use of drones to provide agricultural services, especially there's one young agtech entrepreneur who's doing that, and he has been to ICA. Very innovative. We also look at the application of digital tools for hydroponic and aquaponic systems that is happening in Antigua, and provided an experience for the stakeholders who would have attended that forum. In Dominica, while we didn't have that sort of a real-life practical example as we had in Antigua, we were able to have those a sharing of experiences by agtech innovators who were willing to share with us what were the possibilities for applying some of these tools to the situation in the agricultural sector. And then we went on to Grenada and had a similar sort of activity, with a particular focus in this time on the use of digital tools for data and knowledge management to address the real challenges of insufficient data and information for efficient decision-making in agriculture. So at the top here, we have Antigua, Dominica, and Grenada with seminar-type activities pretty much similar to what we've been having here for the last 3 days. Then we went on to St. Lucia, and St. Lucia was a bit different in that we organized in St. Lucia what we refer to as a hackathon, which was an event really designed to generate solutions to some of the pressing problems that we were experiencing in the agricultural sector, and to see how we can bring to bear digital solutions to some of those problems. So that was the approach for St. Lucia. In St. Kitts, again, we had a variance in the approach where they looked at tools that are currently available online that can be used to diagnose disease problems for farmers. So that was done. And again, we have the situation here. We have in some countries multiple islands. So that was done in both St. Kitts, which is on the extreme left, the larger of the two islands, and Nevis, the small island to the bottom. So we had, in essence, 2 events in St. Kitts and Nevis, one country. And then in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, finally, we had a representation of the AgriX app. AgriX app is a extension communication tool, an ICT tool that was developed by ICA in the COVID period. So that would have been around 2020. And that tool was intended for extension communication. So we've had some use of the tool, St. Vincent being one of the pilot countries, along with Antigua and the Bahamas at the time. But it went into some disuse. But the country did indicate to us through their process this year, their planning process this year, that they would like us to revive the tool. So we have had the opportunity to work with the technical team at headquarters here to have a new version of the tool available, which we presented to the stakeholders at the forum. So we're hoping for great things to come out of this. One of the things we did at that particular forum is that we were able to capture an audience of farmers and extension officers, and to generate from them responses to questionnaires as to how they would like to see this tool operate. Then, of course, having done all of these events in the individual countries, we felt that we still needed to have a sub-regional event. You see, our intention from the outset was to ensure that we were having proper promotion of digital applications across the ECS. We really want to be aggressive in this process because we are operating in an ecosystem that is fairly immature. And we want to more or less, so to speak, in English, and I hope the translators can bring this across, we want to play catch up, so to speak. So we had a sub-regional event, and in this sub-regional event, we had presentations, one from our colleague again, Michael Joseph from Antigua, who presented on his use of drone technology for agricultural services. And then we had a second presentation from a colleague out of Dominica, Mr. Charles Grant. who presented on the use of long-range wide area network applications to support decision-making in agriculture. But the thing is, and I'm happy to be at this forum today, we are always willing and ready to have experiences from outside of the Caribbean region that we can learn from. It makes no sense for us to be reinventing the wheel at every turn. So through dialogue with Carlos and with Federico, we were able to have the participation of Nicolas Castillon from out of Chile, who made a very interesting presentation to us from his company, Mido, centered on AI-powered virtual assistant to simplify data collection in agriculture, right? So this extra-regional experience we welcome, and this is something that we're looking forward to. And I'm hoping that through the engagements here that we can have some of these experiences from persons from this forum shared with us in the Caribbean at different events. And I'll speak to that a little bit later on in my presentation. So that was the essence of the activities within the ECS. So if we can go to next slide. So as I said, we have a very immature system in terms of our application of digital tools within the agricultural system. Things are happening, but they are not as much very evident yet and not very well coordinated. I think the main barriers is, first of all, an ignorance of the potential of digital solutions to address many of the problems that we are facing in agriculture in the OECS. And our role largely, I think, is to see how we can help to get rid of that ignorance. And this is why we have been so aggressive with the promotion for the digital agriculture days in the different countries. A second issue is the low resource allocation for the development of digital solutions. This is something that I think at the country level, at the public sector level, we have to look towards to see how this can be addressed, because the private sector in many of these countries is not very large or developed. But it's an issue that has to be addressed going forward if we are to move fairly quickly. And then we have a disconnect between professionals in agriculture and those in the digital field. This was very evident. I think through the forums that we had, the professionals in the digital field were quite anxious now to engage with us, and happy to know that we were thinking along the lines of how of increasing the use of these sort of digital applications in the agricultural sector. So this is a barrier that I think it is not difficult to break. And it is for institutions like ICA to work to break this barrier. In terms of the concrete actions going forward, obviously we have to do a lot of promotional work. That is what we are planning in the ECS. Carlos and Federico, you will be hearing a lot from us. The representative has asked that yours truly be the coordinating person for digital for the digital program in the ECS. And it is my intention to always be on the ball beyond just the digital agriculture days, and digital agriculture week, that we can have this consistent engagement on it, so that we don't lose the energy as we move forward, right? And we have to, and we have already set the platform. One of the things that I did before I came here was to have an engagement at the high level of the Ministry of Agriculture, in the presence of the people from the government system, the public sector professionals who are into IT and who manage the government information network. And they were happy because they didn't know before of some of these things that were happening. They were happy for the engagement, and it is for us to continue that, not only in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but to have that engagement with the similar agencies across the ECS space, to ensure that they know fully well what ICA is promoting, what the other agencies in agriculture are promoting in terms of digital applications for agriculture, so that we can have, at the end of the day, the best experience, not only for us, but the farming community that is depending on us to provide the digital solutions. So in closing, because I'm watching you and your eyes are telling me how close I am to the end of my time. I want to thank I'm hoping some of them are online. I want to thank the ministries of agriculture in the countries. They were very, very instrumental in helping us to organize and coordinate the digital agriculture days. There were some private sector organizations that also work with us in some of the countries, and as well as academia. The farming community also participated in several of the activities, and we are grateful for that as well too. I want to thank the program, the consistent communication that we're having now between Federico and yourself and other members of the team about digital agriculture and things that are happening and how we can collaborate, right? We're looking forward to this to continue into the end of 2025 and also into 2026 as we negotiate that period going forward, right? I want to also indicate, just before I close, the Caribbean Week of Agriculture is happening next week. And if you may allow me, Carlos, let me just raise very quickly. At that event, there are going to be 2 sessions on digital agriculture. The first is drone technology and capacity building. The second event is one that is field applications, scanners, sensors, and data-driven decision-making applications. Those are going to happen so the Caribbean Week of Agriculture, incidentally, colleagues, is from the 29th of September to the 3rd of October, right? It is the premier event for agriculture across the Caribbean space. So we're going to have this on the 30th of September, right? One in the morning period, one in the afternoon period. I'm hoping, and have some discussion here with my colleague here, that we can have some of the people from this forum, there are some interesting presentations that came out here, that we can have their participation virtually in that space or during that day, all right? My own vision, my own dream for it is that after this year, when we go into next year, the Caribbean Week of Agriculture, that we're not only having you virtually, but we're going to have some of you coming into the Caribbean Week of Agriculture space physically. You know, there's always a difference between the virtual and the physical thing. It's always good to be right there present, and you have a better appreciation of what we are experiencing. And that hoping that some of you can come across and be a part of the Caribbean Week of Agriculture and share on the work that you are doing in that space. Thank you very much. You see, he's holding the mic to tell me my time is up.
Muchas gracias, Michael.
Thank you very much, Michael. You had some tough task to represent 6 countries and 1 region, but you did wonderfully. So congratulations. And now, definitely, we understand that next week is the Digital Agriculture Week, so in the Caribbean. So if you can send the information to the participants in case they want to participate, please do so. So I'm going to just mention a few notes that I took, and then we're going to go to the exchange period that I'm interested in. So I wrote down a few of the learnings that I had from each country. From Argentina, we saw how you were able to take an important problem that exists in the country, identify it, and look at digital technologies as a tool to solve them, such as water management and how important it is for the region, and also to gather a number of players that work on that same line. So that's very interesting from my standpoint. In the case of Brazil, I think you have some more hard work to do, because even though things are quite advanced in your country, but particularly with Embrapa, you've been able to provide an added value to that day of digital agriculture and made it make sense in the country to develop this initiative. So that's quite complicated, but this demonstrates that even in those ecosystems that are highly developed, you can continue working and advancing. In the case of Colombia, I take home that focus on how digital technologies are not only aimed at a certain type of public that at the beginning we can think of, but also to think about all the different populations that might be affected and how to also include those small farmers and how they can benefit too from this digitalization to reduce or the gap that is being produced. In the case of Canada, I take home how the experiences maybe in more advanced situations and ecosystems might also work when you share them, and other countries might serve themselves from them and try them. So I think this is key because it is not necessary to reinvent the wheel. Many things can already be replicated. In Paraguay, by even having a very initial, being at a very initial stage in its ecosystem, that's not a limitation to continue proposing and working and strengthening the ecosystem there, regardless how limited it can be at this time. So thank you very much for sharing that experience with us. In the case of Guatemala, I take home the articulation mainly with the public ministry, but also with other organizations, local organizations, and the scope that you had, because you also had many people on site attending. So that shows how, in a coordinated manner, you can definitely generate an important impact in the country and the region, because we can see it here. In the case of Uruguay, I take home the articulation that is key. I think you put that at the core, and how it is necessary, that know-how, that knowledge to share it, translate it, and for dialogue to be always present so that everybody is following the same goal with a clear vision. And so it's very nice that you identified a number of things at the country level, but also the region level. And that clear view was key, definitely. In the case of Peru, with Fernando Mogollón, I think that he also positioned the importance of training, in this case, articulated together with SENASA, a very important organization of the country, and how training not only has to be aimed at producers or final user or end users, but also it is important to train the intermediate personnel, technicians, that sometimes we leave out, but they're always in touch with the end user and the end public and with producers. And with Michael, I think that what I'm taking home is that cooperation that is key. I feel truly envious of how all those countries with such very specific characteristics, we know that some are made up of different islands, were able to coordinate themselves and cooperate among each other, and you had some key outcomes. So the regional integration is definitely something we need to admire, and the outcome definitely was very important, and you have done some major progress, and you can continue working in your digital transformation, because you see that we can see that the players are all connected. And this also takes me to the regional level. And these initiatives, these proposals, these learning experiences, we wanted to mention them during this forum, because this is a regional forum, and sometimes we lose track of that differences among territories. Even we might even have differences within the same country, and sometimes it is important to remember those and acknowledge those, because you cannot lose track of them. Oftentimes they actually hinder digitalization. So with that, I just wanted to open the room for an exchange. We have representatives from over 20 countries. Hopefully there's got to be a question, a comment, something to add. So let's see if anybody would like to go first. Who would like to throw the first stone? Okay, Jeremias.
¿Qué tal? Sentado acá atrás.
Hello, I'm sitting here in the back, but listening to everybody. So first of all, congratulations for all the to all the presenters. Thank you very much, and congratulations for such a great attendance to your activities in this first edition of the Digital Agriculture Days. So I understand that the ICA in each country has a specific mandate and specific local interests and demands. But because this is a multilateral regional institution, and also knowing that there are entrepreneurs from different countries in the region, I wanted to ask about some spaces to contribute to the integration, learning from the experience of the Caribbean, that we're able to integrate among different countries to generate synergies at all. So how much room is there to articulate entrepreneurs from one country so that they can link themselves to agencies in other countries? That's pretty much my question. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremias. Well, via ICA, what we promote is horizontal cooperation. Because we are present in 34 countries, because we have representatives in those countries, we can know what's happening in those countries and do the matching. Something that I learned because I've been representative in different countries, and what I always present to ICA is ICA as a single ICA. It's not ICA Uruguay, Paraguay, Peru. No, it's ICA, one ICA. So what we offer is those strengths that we have in each country, and also the know-how that exists in each country, because many of the countries have lots to give and lots to receive. So I think that's something is in our DNA at ICA, because we can always observe and see where the knowledge is, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Some countries have already developed certain things, and we can look for those things. And there's always an interest by ICA in promoting these interregional relationships. For example, in the case of the Caribbean, we have CARICOM. Here in Central America, we have CAC. In the Andean region, we have LACAN, and so there's CAS. So again, ICA supports as a technical secretariat, and in this case, we can then try to generate that match among countries. And I also think that the interest of the parties is very important. It's not ICA, it's the country that requests for it and says, we want to do this, so we can facilitate whatever we can within these processes. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else in the panel would like to answer. I think that Maria's answer was quite clear, right? So perfect. Okay, any other comment or question?
Bueno, ya se nota el cansancio,
Well,
creo.
I can tell people are tired and they are thinking about the cocktail. Go ahead, Facundo. I just want to elaborate on this articulation issue. It seems that it's coming down from the macro regional to the regional. It is like a funnel all the way down to the problems we may be facing in the region or the territory. And so this is an articulation that goes both ways, and we should all, the idea is for all of us to be at the same level, because then we'll see the problems of the producer, regardless of the startup, the level of the startup, the maturity of the startup, or the solution. We can then combine things, and we can have all the different parties involved. We have the solution, we have the problem, we have the solution. We need that articulation between both. We saw this in Argentina. There was a lack of knowledge for a solution that was something that you could easily, or that could be solved. And so this space allowed for that, an exchange of ideas. As long as the exchange takes place or a link happens, we attain something good. We need to try to reproduce this and make it stronger in every single space we can.
Genial, muchas gracias.
Great,
Facundo.
thank you. Thank you, Facundo.
¿Nadie más?
Nobody else?
Bueno, creo que
Okay,
hemos
very
captado en
well. I
directa,
think
así
we
que
have
voy a cerrar brevemente.
understood loud and clear the message now.
Bueno, creo que ha quedado muy claro
So
con
I
todas
think
las experiencias de
with
los
all the
distintos
experiences from the
países
different countries,
que el ICA
it is
y
very
sus
clear
socios han
that ICA
logrado
and its partners
posicionar
have been able to
la agricultura
position
digital en
digital
distintos
agriculture
ámbitos, han
in
logrado
different
articular, han logrado
places. They have
coordinar
managed
y
to
mover esos
articulate,
ecosistemas.
coordinate, and move these
Y
ecosystems.
queda claro eso,
And
¿no? Que el
that's all
ICA es
clear
capaz de
that ICA is
adaptarse, de
capable to
identificar
adapt,
estos
identify
problemas,
these
ponerlos sobre la
problems,
mesa
put them on the
y
table,
buscar de forma
and
coordinada
try
las
to find in a
soluciones
coordinated
adecuadas.
manner adequate
Así que creo que
solutions.
también es un llamado
So
a
this
que
is
la
another
Semana de
call
Agricultura
for
Digital
the
no
Digital
solo esto,
Agriculture
es decir,
Week,
permea
not
los
only
distintos
this,
territorios a
can
través de
reach
las
all the different
representaciones.
territories through the
Entonces,
representations.
nosotros desde el programa
So
somos
from the
una parte
program,
de
we
esa
are only
cara,
part of
pero hay
that,
muchas otras
but
caras
there are many
trabajando
other
día a día en las
people
distintas
working in the
representaciones.
different
Así que
representations on
animamos a
this.
que
So
bueno, participantes de más de 20
we
países
urge and we
a que nos
invite all the
contacten,
representatives from
contacten también
all
a
these
sus
20 countries
representaciones
to
ICA a nivel
contact us,
nacional
but also contact your
y
local
poder
ICA office
interactuar
and
directamente
interact
ahí
directly
con los
with
territorios
them
para
and
luego
interact
traer
with the
aquí
territory
a
so that we
este
can bring to
espacio
this
una
space
visión
a
más
more
hemisférica y
hemispheric
más coordinada.
view and
Así que nada,
coordinated view
muchas
of everything.
gracias
So thank you all very
bueno,
much.
en principal
And
a
I
María
would like to
Febres,
thank
jefa
Maria
de gabinete
Febres,
adjunta,
the
a
Deputy
todos los
Chief of
representantes de los
Staff, and all the
países y
representatives
tanto
from
ICA,
countries,
Inter, Embrapa y
ICA, Inter,
otros,
Embrapa, and
como a
others,
todos los
and also the
participantes por la
participants
atención.
for
Así
your
que
attention.
ahora,
So now,
antes de ir al cóctel, que
before
sé que
going to
se
the
ven la gente
cocktail,
con muchas
because I
ganas,
think
bueno, y
everybody's
también muchas
willing
gracias a
and
los
eager to go there.
virtuales, a Vivian, a
Thank you
Fernando,
to
gracias por
Vivian
estar ahí.
Fernando. Thank you for joining us online as well. We
Queremos
want
traer aquí a la mesa a
to
las Actex ganadoras
bring
porque
to the table
van a
the
recoger
winning
el
ACTEX because they're going
certificado de
to pick
participación
their
y
participation
nos vamos a hacer
certificate
aquí una
now,
foto.
and we're going to take a
Mientras tanto, si el
picture
equipo de
with them
TICS
now.
puede
If
proyectar el
ITC
vídeo que nos
people
enviaron
can
desde Uruguay para así
show the video that we
ver cómo
got
ha
from
sido la
Uruguai to
agricultura
see
digital, un
what's
poco
been
resumido.
a,
Mientras se
a
proyecta el
summary
vídeo,
of a
pido a
Digital
las
Agriculture
Actex
Day.
ganadoras que
And
vengan
in the
aquí.
meantime, I asked
Entiendo
the
que va a
winning
traer los
ACTEX to
certificados a la
come up
mesa.
here. I understand that the certificates will be brought here to the table, and we're going to be giving you the certificates.
I creo.
Está viniendo. ¿Listo? ¿Todos tienen? Las dos primeras.
Voy a buscar el set.
Claro.